Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting for the 26th of September 2023. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and the Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. There has been an agenda circulated. Would there be any additions or deletions from that agenda that's been circulated? Seeing none, I'd look for a motion to adopt. Councillor Swanson, thank you. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Also, the minutes of the regular council meeting of the 12th of September have been circulated as well. Would there be any errors or omissions to note? Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. The people present, I believe that Councillor Northcott was at that meeting. He was unable to attend the Strat planning meeting, but I believe you were at that council meeting.
I'm glad you noted that. So if we can notice or note that change. Anything else?
I do. 5.7, those were not notices of motions. Those were just motions. So they're listed as notices of motion on 5.7. They were just motions based on the presentation we received regarding policing.
Is the 5.7 notice of motion the heading what you're referring to?
Yeah, it says notice of motion, but the two things below it, those are just motions. They were not notices.
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct. That's just the name of the item because that was a notice of motion that was brought forward.
Okay.
So those are recorded as motions, but just the heading.
Oh, okay. Thank you for confirming, because I'm like, those were not notices. So thank you so much.
Okay. So we have noted at least one amendment. So I should have a motion to amend the minutes. If I could have that from Councillor Northcott. Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor then? And then I guess a motion to adopt the minutes as amended. Councillor Cermak, thank you. All those in favor? And that is carried. Super. That takes us to section 4, public hearing. And the first of those is item 4.1. And I shall call the meeting to order at 9:03 I have on my clock. I'll just outline the process to be used today. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when it is told it is their turn, shall identify themselves, their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off and or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before I turn it over to staff for background, the background report, we'll just take a moment to do introductions, and I'll go to Councillor Graham first.
Good morning, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome, good to see you again. Jenny Melhoff, Division 1, and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed representing Division 3 and Reeve.
Welcome back, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hello, Division 7 Councillor Michelle Swanson.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Manager Kim Gill, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, Yale.
Morning, Adrian Clark, planner.
Good morning. I'm Margaret Peterson, mostly known as Bobby, and I'm the applicant.
Well, thank you for joining us this morning, and I'll turn the floor across to Mr. Clark to introduce the background information.
Thank you, Reeve Wahid. Morning, Council. Margaret Peterson and J. Lee Scott Peterson currently holds title to Plan 932-2396, Block 1, Lot 1, which is part of Northwest 2136-5 west of the 5th, containing approximately 79.89 acres of land. The subject land is designated Agriculture District. The subject property is located approximately 6.4 kilometers northeast of the village of Caroline. Compass Geomatics Limited, on behalf of the landowners, has made application to redesignate 2.36 acres located in the southwest corner of the south half of the quarter section from agricultural district to country residence district. The remaining 77.53 acres of the south half of the quarter section would remain under agricultural district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with the subdivision application process to create a separate title to the 2.36 country residence district parcel. The proposed developed 2.36 country residence parcel contains a manufactured home along with connections to water well, septic system, and a septic system. Access to the proposed parcel at the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from the existing accesses of Range Road 5-4 adjacent to the west property boundary. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow the subdivision of the existing developed yard site. The applicant has indicated that the proposal is part of their estate plans. Staff has noted that there are three RVs in the yard site during a site visit, of which one is skirted, while there's a tarp shelter within close proximity to the proposed boundary. The surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agriculture with a few residential parcels. The attached package provides more details on the proposed development, and the landowner is here at the meeting to speak to the proposal. Municipal Government Act matters related to subdivision and development regulation, Section 9, lists the things that need to be considered when approving subdivision. Clearwater County's Municipal Development Plan, 2023 Municipal Development Plan, Section 4.2.1 recognizes the importance of protecting water resources when considering proposed plan. Section 5.2.3 covers the subdivision and development on agricultural land where the evaluation of application shall be decided on a case-by-case basis. Sections 6.2 to 3 lists the things that the county considers when evaluating a residential subdivision. MDP Goal 10.1.1 provides opportunities for a variety of parcel sizes to accommodate agricultural, residential, commercial, industrial, and other uses in a fair, consistent manner. 10.1.2 facilitates the creation of additional parcels to accommodate housing options to serve the diverse needs of a growing population. Section 10.2.1 to 2 covers the number of permitted parcels on a quarter section designated agricultural district. Section 10.2.3 lists what Clearwater County shall take into consideration. Section 10.2.5 to 11 covers the best location of the proposed parcel and accesses when evaluating a subdivision. Section 11.2.12 covers subdivision and development requirements and the things that needs to be considered. Sections 14.2.5 to 6 list the things that the county could ask for when evaluating a subdivision. Sections 14.2.10 to 16 deals with municipal reserves and when municipal reserves is required. Clearwater County's land use bylaw, section 13.4.3 lists the general purpose of a CRA district, country resident district. Section 13.4.3.c shows the acceptable lot sizes for country resident district. The redesignation of the proposed land is to allow for the subdivision of an existing developed yard site. There is legal and physical access to the proposed parcel and the remainder of the corner section. Staff has reviewed and considered the impacts to adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the parcel would negatively impact existing farming operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with MDP policy 10.2.2. The provisions of the municipal reserve shall be taken as cash in lieu as per MDP policy 14.2.10, 14.2.11, and 14.2.14 will be a condition of approval at the time of subdivision. First reading at our regular council meeting was held on August 22nd, 2023. Council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1157/23. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local newspaper and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second or third readings to bylaw 1157/23. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Would council have any questions of the development officer? Seeing no questions at this time, would there be any comments from referral agencies?
Yes, we did receive comments from referral agencies. Blue Mountain Power Co-op, as Rocky REA has no objections to the proposed land use amendment. TILS Communications has no objections to the above circulations. Public Works Infrastructure has no objections to the request. Public Works Infrastructure does request that 5.18 road widening caveat be taken along the west property boundary of the affected parcel. Public Works Operations indicated that they have no concerns or comments. Agriculture and Community Services indicated that they have no concerns or comments. Excuse me. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on September 20th, 2023. Municipal Planning Commission recommend that council favorably consider granting second and third readings to the subject land use amendment application 11/23 for the redesignation of 2.36 acres from the agricultural district to the country residential district. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would invite Ms. Peterson to speak to her proposal or add any comments in support of your request, or to respond to any of the comments you've heard so far.
I don't really have anything to add. You've all heard it pretty much the first and second times I was here, so
Okay.
I would appreciate it because, as I said, I'm 80 years old and I would like to have something to leave to my oldest son.
Thank you. At this time, I would ask any comment or a comment from a member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Of course, an invitation for a member of the public to speak in favor of the application. And seeing none, I would just check with the development officer if there were any written submissions in favor of the request.
Yes, there were 2 letters of support received from Brad and Lisa Torrey, and John Vandermeer. I believe these letters were circulated to council. Has council has the chance to review these letters?
I'm seeing nods around the table. I did see those as well that were circulated. And thank you to the members of the public for submitting those. At this time, I would invite any comments from a member of the public wishing to speak in opposition. Again, a member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. And one final time, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition. Seeing none, I would check with the development officer if there were any letters opposing the request.
No written submissions of opposition to the proposal was received. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And as I promised at the beginning, if there was any final comments you would like to make, Ms. Peterson, to your application before I close the hearing?
Said pretty much all I have to say.
Well, with that then, I shall close the hearing. No motions will be entertained at this time. Now, as we typically do through process, now we will move forward into item 5.1, and that is consideration of second and third readings of bylaw 1157/23 for the application number 1123 to amend the land use bylaw. And again, I will turn the floor across to Mr. Clark to share the information with us.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. The purpose of bylaw 1157/23 is to amend Clearwater County land use bylaw to redesignate approximately 2.36 acres of Plan 932-2396, Block 1, Lot 1, from the agricultural district to country resident district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will proceed with an application to subdivide the redesignated lands from the remainder of the quarter section. Once the lands have been subdivided, the landowner will proceed to continue using the property as their residence. Please refer to the attached documents in the agenda item 4.1 for further details. At regular council meeting held today, September 26, 2023, at regular council meeting held at August 22nd, 2023, council review and gave first reading to bylaw 1157. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local newspaper and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at public hearing, council will consider whether to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1157/23.
Thank you very much. Comments, questions, potential resolutions from council? Councillor Swanson, please.
I believe this is pretty clear and concise, and I understand that the reasonings for doing this, and I believe it's good management for what you're proposing and what you're doing, so I will move second reading.
Thank you for that. Discussion on that motion. Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I will be supporting that motion today for numerous reasons. One being, this isn't creating something new. You're already living there. This isn't disrupting any ag production. In fact, I believe the long-term plans are to take this 80-acre split-up parcel into put it back together into the full quarter at that point. So this would then be the first parcel out on that. So I will be supporting this today.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
I will also be supporting this motion. It seems to simply make sense, and considering that the same family members will own the entire quarter, the remainder of the entire quarter, it's basically like a first parcel out. So those reasons I will support this.
And Councillor Graham?
I'll be supporting this as well, and I'll just say for the reasons that my fellow councilors have already said, because you've all spoken very well to it.
All right, any additional comments before I call the question? Sorry, Councillor Cermak, please.
Yeah, in your first proposal there, you said that there was 3 RVs on the yard site. Is everything on this acreage in compliance with our bylaws? Or do some things have to be removed before this can go ahead?
In regards to the RVs that are on site, at this time of subdivision, it will be required for the RVs to be removed or to be relocated onto the remainder on the 77 acres, or be completely removed off property, but that would be a conditional subdivision.
Okay, so everything will be.
Yes, everything will be in compliance.
Good, I'm in favor of it then, thank you.
All right, I shall call the motion then. All in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. I would look for a motion next for a third reading. If anybody would be willing to make such a motion. Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
I'll make the motion for third reading, again, for the reasons presented previously.
Thank you. Discussion on the motion before us. Seeing none, I call that question as well. All in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, and we'll talk soon. I believe our next public hearing is scheduled for 9:30, so let's take a short break here and be back briefly before 9:30. Welcome back, everyone, after our short recess. It is 9:31, and we move forward with the next item on the agenda, which is item 4.2. And that's a public hearing of bylaw 1154/23 for application number 0823 to amend the land use bylaw. And having said that, I will call a meeting or the public hearing to order at 9:31. I'll just outline the process to be used today. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when it is told their turn, shall identify themselves, their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background to the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have an opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus can respond to any of the issues raised previously. And before I turn it over to staff for the background report, we shall do a round of introductions, and I'll start with Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Wahid. Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2, and I will just take this time also I own a small gravel truck business, and I do buy gravel from Paternies, so therefore this is a pecuniary interest for me, so I'm going to recuse myself.
Thank you. And I'll go to Councillor Northcott, please.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Welcome, Darrell Wahid, representing Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, Division 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hello, Division 7 Councillor Michelle Swanson.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Holly Bealey, Senior Development Officer.
Good morning, Troy Paterny, Paternies Inc. Daryl Dunlop, Paternies Inc.
Okay. Well, good morning and welcome. And to start off, I'll ask Ms. Bealey, our Senior Development Officer, to outline the background to the application, please.
Okay, so Paternies has made application for a land use amendment containing approximately 89 hectares, being approximately 26 hectares from Plan 962-3858, Block 1, Lot 13, which is in the northwest of 14, 39 of 8, and approximately 62 hectares from the southwest of 14, 39 of 8. This application is to redesignate the subject lands from the agricultural district to the direct control district, as they are presently designated agricultural within Clearwater County's land use bylaw. The purpose of this application is to rezone and then obtain development approval to expand their existing gravel operation known as the Stewart Pit. The proposal is located in the Ferrier area, approximately 5 miles west of the town of Rocky Mountain House. Paternies currently owns and operates the Stewart Pit located in the southwest of 14. This is a wet pit, approximately 62 hectares in size. This pit received development permit 5595 following an appeal to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. Conditions listed on the approval include operating days and hours, submission of a conservation and reclamation plan, entering into a development agreement for road use, maintenance, and haul route, as well as their access and egress. And in your package, there is a map that kind of outlines their haul route, which is Township Road 39-2, adjacent to the south pit boundary, proceeding east until entering an internal pit road through the Fisher Pit in the southeast of 13, and the MPT Pit in the northeast of 13, prior to entering Range Road 8-0 and proceeding north. This route was determined to be the least invasive haul route for adjacent landowners at the time of approval in 1996. The reclamation plan is an end pit lake with pasture land. This pit is registered under an Environmental Protection Enhancement Act and holds a Water Act approval. Paderni's has since purchased the balance of the northwest of 14, so the plan number, located directly north of the Stewart pit, and would like to consolidate the land with their existing gravel operation, mining through the quarter lines. Note only approximately 18 hectares of the proposed consolidated lands within the northwest would see ground disturbance associated with the gravel operation. Paderni's expansion proposal is for a wet pit where pit-to-pit dewatering would occur. No changes are proposed to the activity on site or the operating days and hours. Access would not change, continuing to utilize the approved access egress for the Stewart pit as mentioned above. Upon reclamation, the lands would contain end pit lakes, pasture land with some land remaining undisturbed to the east. This area requires development approval from Clearwater County prior to amending the registration and approvals with the province to include the expansion land. Surrounding land uses are predominantly residential with some agricultural and industrial uses. This area is also in the Ferrier-Garth Area Structure Plan, and there are numerous active pits on surrounding lands. And I did circulate a map that kind of outlines all the other pits in that area. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, Paderni's would proceed to consolidate the lands with a subdivision application, followed by a development permit application. So planning direction, from the 2023 Municipal Development Plan, Section 4, Natural Capital and Protection of the Environment, it recognizes the importance of protecting groundwater and shall consider the impacts of the proposal on surface water and the aquifer, and it may require provisions addressing the conservation of the surface water resources and aquifer. It also outlines that the county may require an environmental assessment report. Section 7, the economic development, recognizes existing economic activities such as the responsible extraction of natural resources. It recognizes the critical importance of being able to access aggregate resources for infrastructure within the county, as these resources are needed to build the infrastructure that serves our community to support economic development. It discourages the encroachment of incompatible uses into areas of active and potentially extractive resource development. Section 7 also encourages the expansion of the extraction of natural resources to be conducted in a responsible manner in accordance with industry best practice in conjunction with provincial regulations and approvals. And it outlines that the county should establish an accurate and current database on the location of aggregate resources to assist in planning decisions and to protect the resources from encroachment by incompatible developments. It also outlines the process that we're currently going through to create a direct control district for all aggregate resource extraction and processing applications, wherein council is the sole decision maker in accordance with the Municipal Government Act. As part of the land use bylaw update, all existing approved pits shall be redesignated to a direct control district. It outlines what may be required in order to assess an application for aggregate resource extraction, such as the phases of operation, effects on surrounding lands, and measures to mitigate, site suitability, just to name a few. It requires the applicant to develop a public consultation plan prior to the consideration of the application by the county, and authorizes the county to apply conditions related to anything outlined in Section 7 or any other provisions of this MDP. Section 10 is the subdivision of land, and as this application, should they get the land use amendment, would proceed with a boundary adjustment subdivision application. Council should consider the impacts on roadways and access and additional traffic and impacts on adjacent lands. For parcels in a district other than agricultural, the size of the parcel shall meet the requirements set out in that district. Section 14, putting the MDP into effect. The county shall implement the policies of the MDP and any other proposed statutory plans or outline plans. May require the applicant to prepare various studies such as traffic impact or an environmental assessment. And what shall be considered when evaluating an application, which are similar to what was outlined in section 7. From Clearwater County's land use bylaw, the direct control district, the purpose is to authorize and allow council to exercise particular and specific direction and control over the use and development in particular areas. I've also included the Ferrier-Garth Area Structure Plan, which was created in '87. For industry uses, it outlines existing gravel operations should be continued until usable gravel is depleted and therefore must be reclaimed pursuant to provincial guidelines. Specific direction and policies outlines the northwest of 14, 39 of 8, stating no subdivision or non-agricultural residents are appropriate south of the railway. The remainder of the northwest quarter section is suitable for mixed country residential agricultural uses. The southwest of 14 states that all land in this quarter must be retained for agricultural purposes. So for policy considerations, redesignating the proposed land is due to Pederny's development permit request for the expansion of the Stewart Pit. The 2023 MDP requires the aggregate application to first acquire the DC designation prior to the issuance of a development permit. In order to achieve this, land must first be successfully redesignated and may be subdivided prior to obtaining a development decision from the county. Pending approval, the applicant would then approach the province to obtain their required approvals. The 2023 MDP recognizes the critical importance of being able to access aggregate resources, and it's important to infrastructure development. It considers existing economic developments and the importance of conducting operations in a responsible manner. Protecting water resources and natural capital, and outlines what may be required in order to make a decision on an aggregate application and a subdivision application. The Ferrier-Garth ASP was created in '87 and outlines existing gravel operations should be continued until depleted and then reclaimed, as this plan addresses non-compatible land uses. The specific direction for the Northwest 14 outlines no subdivision or agricultural residences south of the rail line. Intended to be used for agricultural, wherein gravel operations is a listed use in the agricultural district. However, more recently requires the redesignation to a DC district per the 2023 MDP. The remainder of the quarter section, being north of the rail line, is suitable for the mixed-use residential. The Southwest 14 outlined as being retained for agricultural purposes. Again, prior to the 2023 MDP, gravel was listed use in the agricultural district. Development approval for the Stewart Pit was obtained in 1996, knowing existing land uses in the area could conflict with one another. It is important to note this expansion will create additional nuisance factors for adjacent lands, such as noise and dust, being part of the day-to-day operations of a gravel pit. This area is known for gravel resources and has numerous pits in close proximity. The topography also plays a role, as most residents are located above the proposed mining area. The Stewart Pit has existed since 1996, and therefore the development permit does not reflect conditions staff would recommend on a development permit of this nature to date. The applicants would like to consolidate the lands under one title through the subdivision process pending the results of the land use amendment application. Then proceed with the development permit application where council is the development authority based off the 2023 MDP. At the development permit stage is where it would be appropriate to address conditions of the aggregate operation. This may include the request of additional studies and provisions to acquire provincial approvals. At the regular council meeting held on August 22nd, 2023, council reviewed and gave first reading to this bylaw. As required by legislation, today's public hearing was advertised in local newspapers and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representation made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to this bylaw. I'm going to turn it back over to you, Reeve.
Thank you very much, Ms. Beely. Does council have any questions of the development officer? Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. You stated that the current development permit does not reflect what we would typically put on a development permit if we were to issue one today. Can you go into a little bit more detail on that?
Yeah, that permit right now has 4 conditions on it. So it addresses their days and hours, their development agreement for their hauling. But what staff would recommend be placed on a new development permit, which at this stage, we're just looking at the zoning. So, but what staff would recommend would be attaching their code of practice as their Schedule A. We could look at mining area, the buffer area, noise control, dust control, operating schedule and haul schedule, their truck route, noise and visual impacts to mitigate, signage and site security, and the fulfillment of their permit requirements, and then any other approvals or anything that council deemed necessary to be addressed on their permit.
Thank you.
Okay. Additional questions for the development officer? Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
I'm curious, has there ever been an environmental assessment done in that area period from any pit in the past? I'm thinking of accumulated effects.
You know what, Michelle, I'm honestly not sure. I could look into that for you guys, but I'm not 100% sure what has an environmental assessment.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. As far as studies goes, I was thinking of geotechnical. Basically, is that hill stable? This is going to be excavating right at the base of the hill. If that land is stable on the hill.
I'm not 100% sure. It's a study that you guys could request if you felt it was needed at that time.
And that would be at the development permit
That's
stage?
correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cermak, I know your light was on?
No.
No? Okay, thank you. This proposal falls within the Ferrier-Garth area structure plan. And that was created in, I believe I said 1987?
Yes.
So that's been in place for some time as development has occurred. Right now, we're looking at a direct control district, which is enabled through the municipal development plan. Is there a hierarchy in these plans? And maybe if you could just outline which one, are they in alignment, I guess is what I'm saying.
The Ferrier-Garth area structure plan would be a little bit out of date now that we've revised our municipal development plan, but council needs to consider that outline plan as well as any other statutory plans when they're implementing or making a decision on these.
Correct, thank you. Deputy Reeve Milhoff, did you have a?
Sorry, mine was surrounding.
Supplementary? Okay. Any additional questions from council? Councillor Cermak, please.
Yes, can you tell me how many pits are in this immediate area in a number? So that the rest of the people listening to this can hear how many pits there is in this immediate area?
Yes, I gave you guys my map. I believe there are 2, 3, 4. I don't know, you'd have to look at it.
I see
10.
I see
think there's
10.
10.
I see 10.
I believe there's 10 in that area.
Okay, so the area is noted for having gravel pits over the last, 40 years?
That's correct. Because the North Saskatchewan River runs through there, that area has a lot of aggregate resources.
And it's great that we have it in our county, because there's other counties that don't have gravel. So I think expanding the pit is great. I'm in favor.
Any additional questions from council? I just asked the development officer if there was any comments from referral agencies.
There were comments from referral agencies. Aximo Oil and Gas Limited had no concerns. Blue Mountain Power Co-op had no objections. Clearwater County's Agriculture and Community Services had no comment or concerns. The County Assessment Department stated that if the land use amendment was approved, please advise the applicant that the assessment of the redesignated and potentially consolidated lands would continue to be assessed as a mixed use, being residential, non-residential, and farmland, unless a restriction or change of use occurs as a result of the parcel being zoned direct control. Public Works operation had no comments or concerns. Public Works infrastructure had no objections to the request. They did ask that the existing access for the existing Stewart pit that they operate under be applied to the new application if it's approved. Fortis had no concerns. The application was referred to the Municipal Planning Commission as well. They toured the property on September 20th, and they recommended that council favorably consider granting in second and third reading to the land use amendment. But they did express concerns regarding the proposal's close proximity to neighboring residents and offered additional recommendations to council for their consideration, such as that the redesignated land provides opportunity for council to amend or place additional conditions on a new development approval that would be required. MPC recommended conditions that address a larger buffer area to the north and east. Potentially planting trees could be a requirement, wherein the trees would be established before they let them mine into the northwest quarter area. And they did recommend a noise abatement study be required. Lastly, TELUS, they had no objections.
Right, thank you very much for that. At this time, I would ask if the applicants would wish to speak to their proposal, add any comments in support of their request, or to respond to any of the comments heard so far.
No, I don't think so. I think everything that we've heard is more than appropriate. And we will take our best effort and mitigate any potential adverse effects to whether it be environmental or public or anything. We're happy to be here.
Okay, thank you for that. At this time, I would invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Again, any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application to share their comments with us at this time. And another invitation, any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. And one final time, any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Not seeing any. I would look to the development officer. Were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
No written submissions were received.
Thank you. And at this time, I would ask any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. We invite their comments at this time. Again, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the request, there is a microphone and a podium set up there, and if you wish to speak, this is your opportunity. Good morning and welcome. If you could identify yourself, please, for the record.
Yes, my name is Gary Donald. I'm an adjacent landowner, potentially impacted by this development. I guess am I allowed to ask a question rather than provide a concern? Or?
Ultimately, we'd like to hear your comments. If
Sure.
there is a question within that, then perhaps either staff or the applicant would have the opportunity at some point in time to address that.
Certainly.
question.
So, yeah, I guess my question is, so the application was, essentially for a redesignation, which according to the new municipal development plan, that's going to happen anyway with these aggregate services. Is that correct?
That is
So it's not really about a redesignation from agricultural A to DC. That's going to happen anyway. So really what it's about is this other portion of land to consolidate those, which currently is rural residential, as I believe there's a residence on there as well. Is that correct?
It is zoned agricultural. There is a residence on there, but the property is zoned agricultural.
Okay, and I guess the concern is that That entire quarter right now is rural residential, agriculture A, and this would be the first step in starting to redesignate a quarter that has basically been established. I don't know how many years, but it has been established as, and it was just the fact that this piece of land came for sale and was purchased, and now that's driving this, the timing of this request. I guess that's my concern. As a adjacent landowner, already, we're not opposed to responsible development. We know the importance of the the aggregate mining in the area. However, we are exposed to the noise, particularly in the Stewart pit below us. We're in the northwest quarter, and it's an inconvenience for that, from 7 o'clock in the morning till whenever, when gravel crushing is going on. It is, I guess you get used to it after a while, but my concern is as this egress disappeared, we're going closer and closer to the developments, that's only going to get worse. And we talk about buffers by planting trees. Well, as well as I do, in this area, trees will take 50 years before they create the type of buffer that we would expect. So that's the one issue for the residents. The other one is I am concerned. Now, I know you've gone to this direct control designation, so that, as I understand it, that gives council the ability to make further decisions without public hearings. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. So my concern is in 2020, Paderni's had requested, so that pits that they're developing to the east of us, a road haul using the old Highway 11A towards town rather than going out to the west. And that was denied originally. It got appealed. There were letters from, I believe, 15 residents that had concerns about the increased traffic flow. And that appeal was successful by Paderni's. We haven't seen the change right now because that pit hasn't been developed yet. My concern is what, if there's no future public hearings, what's standing in the way of them changing their log haul route out of this pit, because it would make sense. They've already have that ability right now with their 2020 application for the other pit. So those are two concerns as a landowner that I have. We've been in the area for 31 years, and I said we're really looking at it from a future, just going forward in the future, and where this might end. I'll just leave it with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your comments. Another opportunity for any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Good morning and welcome. If you would state your name for the record, please.
Thank you, sir. James Moorish. My family has been on the land since 1942, 43. So I'm the owner of property Northwest 1439-8 west of the 5th, the 20-acre parcel in the Clearwater County. This property has been in the home of the Moorish family since 1943. My grandfather and father were the predecessors. For many years, it was a quiet, free from disturbance, nature-filled property on the edge of the rocky foothills bordering near the North Saskatchewan River by fertile river plains, and its natural beauty was filled with migratory birds coming in to nest in the spring, wildlife year-round, and the harvest of hay for the livestock nearby in the fall. All of this has disappeared since the land became Paderni's gravel pit. Nearby properties are being bought up for the expansion of the pit. Land is being devastated by soil removal and gravel extraction. No matter how many berms, how much leveling takes place, how much water being drained back to the river by large and lengthy lines of pipe from resulting huge ponds, we are left with an eyesore and continuous disruption of what was once our quiet and peaceful country life. We cannot open our windows or on account of the noise and dust. We may wake up every weekday, morning to the loud noise of banging and equipment. We cannot sit in our living room for quiet conversation or coffee without interruptions. We definitely cannot sit outside in peace or for a barbecue or entertain family or friends. We are now plagued with the loud startup of heavy equipment beginning warm up prior to 7 a.m., 5 days a week, the beeping of equipment backing up, the diesel exhaust spewing into our clean, crisp air, the loud banging of rocks and gravel being loaded into our trucks or being put through the crushing machines all day long, and the endless gravel trucks and the forever devastation of natural and bountiful landscape. Our daughter's horse is jolted and terrified with every loud bang of the rocks and equipment. Life is not the same and never will be. This is affecting the mental health and well-being of our family. How could anyone in this situation be accepting of even more impending infringement and devastation, more noise and more disruption, more mental anguish? Now, the land immediately adjacent to our property has been purchased by the applicant and has his rezoning application pending. This has to quit. Enough's enough. Should the application for the consolidation of the two parcels under one title and the redesignation from Agricultural District A to Direct Control District DC with no option to appeal be passed, it gives little hope for peace and contentment to those rural residents who suffer the brunt of such irresponsible and disrespectful decision. I invite council to drive out to and view the devastation and listen to the noise for even one full day, then ask themselves if they would like to live on our property. Because of the acoustics of the valley, and we talked about this the last time when the quarter section below became a gravel pit. The acoustics of the valley at the front of our house and being approximately 100 feet above the gravel pit, the berms and piles of gravel don't stop the noise from penetrating into our house. There isn't a place on my property where I can go and not listen to the noise, not even in my house. The gravel pit expansion will bring even more equipment and turmoil to within approximately 1,000 feet of our front door. Aside from all the above, and this also has a negative effect on our future land value. Subdivisions for more housing developments near us have already been approved. The extension of the gravel pit will also affect the new residents there and make the purchase of those properties less desirable. As I see it, the approval of application number 0823 gives free rein of once precious agricultural land to be used to expand an already wealthy operation, as well as provide Clearwater County with more revenue in the form of taxes. This leads me to believe a conflict of interest in the situation. There is no returning nature back to its original state. There is no reclamation that puts the soil, environmental, or wildlife back to its original state. Alberta stands up for their human rights and values. Our land in our county, like the Greenbelt Preservation Area in Ontario, is similarly being threatened. This type of takeover and redesignation will not be tolerated here. I am therefore submitting my extreme opposition of application number 823 to amend the land use bylaw currently being proposed. Also on our land, our well is only 110 feet, so that means our water well will be in the same plane as what's going to be disrupted. And I also have 2 open springs that run down the hill into that area, and I don't want to lose them. So I think that this gravel pit is just not a very good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morish. Another opportunity for any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Again, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition. Welcome and good morning. If you'd state your name for the record.
I'm Janice Van Marion and my husband Rio. We are lot 11 on your map that will be directly affected by this proposal. First and foremost, I guess Rio and we speak for many neighboring residents that aren't present today due to the timing and discouragement of these residents in your council, that we deeply and firmly want this denied and not approved. Many reasons. We're firsthand people of these acreages that border the boundary, and I'll just talk a little bit about that. It seems disrespectful of the applicants in that they will push to extend the said sand and gravel operations with so many directly affected and extremely close landowners, as seen in the legend maps in the agenda report. It seems ridiculous to come that close. And I say to council, do you want gravel? Do you want subdivisions? You passed a subdivion of Sponberg one time. Now you're looking at approving or not approving a gravel pit. Are we Farrier Acres a gravel area, or are we a residential area? I suspect that this is the closest to any landowner's property boundaries that any sand and gravel operations exist in this county. Much consideration must be taken for a decision on this application, as it will set a precedent for future council members. We ask that any of you that will be voting or taking part in this decision in any way and haven't been in person to this subject property, that you will do so. It is bad enough to have existing operational pit that has many nuisance factors affecting us without bringing it any closer. We have put up with the operations as they stand, and yes, the applicant tries hard to adhere to the boundaries that they need to meet. Some of the residents, though, you must see, are less than 800 feet from this boundary, of which is proposed to be disturbed. And these properties have been established and enjoyed by their owners for over 30 years. So now, most of us have bought these properties, and we're under the 1987 Farrier-Garth Area Structure Plan, which was in effect at that time. And really, the presentation of this plan was to restore the natural habitat, the natural land, etc. Do you know when we bought our property on title was a restrictive covenant of how many trees that we could remove off this property at any one time. Nothing I know was said about gravel, but we had restrictions also about the number of animals, which was 2 of this property. And yet now we're looking at gravel pits. We don't see any balance between the applicants and the residents. We feel as taxpayers that our concerns have been heard, but they have not been supported by council or the MPC on previous applications by this applicant. And thus this area is now enduring and consequently living with the outcome. It is just not a compatible combination, so close to residential areas. We believe that council needs to decide gravel or residential. Some of the 4 conditions that were implemented on the existing pit have not been followed completely. Dust control is evident on the county road, but not in their operational routes inside the pit. Therefore, dust rises up into the ridge continually and for all day. Heck, you pay big money for big windows to see your wonderful view, but you need to shut them because you're bombarded with the dust coming through them. Hours of operations have been abused, especially in the winter, in that they will arrive and start the equipment by 6:30 to warm up, then start their operation by 7. Yes, the hours of operation is 7, but there's a discrepancy here, maybe in understanding that at 6:30, the equipment is all running, and at 7, the big rock drops. One does not need alarm. If you want to be awakened by 7, it's great. But if you don't, that's too bad. You will be awakened because noise does indeed rise. Ask any neighbor, any landowner on the ridge or further back. Concerns of this application, if passed, and just to list a few, is of course water wells. And they are of utmost importance when you live in a rural area. Many water wells are in the 110 to 200 foot depths. They provide us, however, with excellent quality and quantity of the water to most residents. There are also numerous natural springs in the area, especially to the east of our given property, that flows to the ridge that evacuations could negatively affect. Many trees line the ridge that we are thankful for, so that we don't see these operations in full in our views, but no excavation should remove any trees, in our opinion, should this be approved. The size of the expansion is unreasonable in our view to the landowners and everybody close by, and brings it far too close to neighboring residents. The size of the disturbance should not encroach the ridge in any way and should be reduced considerably by the applicants. The haul route should remain the same as in existing operations using the one approach which has been developed in the existing operation. This includes dust control throughout the evacuated land haul route. Development agreement should be specified to road use, and it should remain the same. Limitation of hours, well, we feel that the hours of operation should be shortened. It should be maybe 8 o'clock to 5 because of the closer proximity to residents. There has to be some give. Not all operations should have the same hours of operations. Circumstances are different with every location of their pits. Approval from the Alberta Environmental Protection must be received for the conservation and reclamation of the same development. There should be strict reclamation deadlines on the completion of the same evacuation. So we are here to have a big no for this application. We can't fathom the small amount of space that is wanted by the applicant for harvesting of gravel with so many people affected. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, an opportunity for any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Welcome, good morning, and if you would state your name for the record, please.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, I'm Rio Van Marion. I guess I wanted just some general comments. I'm not up on the all the development process, but I do live beside this pit, and it's extraordinarily out of position where it's at. That banging, dropping the gravel into the trucks in the morning, and the whine of the motors going through. On a quiet, when we do get a quiet evening through the weekend, we can hear the water from the river up on our space. And honest to God, when these guys are going, they've done a very good job of what they've done. But there's no way that they can discontinue that noise. I mean, in the oil patch, you could put up noise deflectors around on the leases, but with this gravel pit, you can't. You need a roof on it, and I don't think that would be even practical for Padernis to do. But all that being said, I think that we've really got to take a look at the combination here with the with the gravel and the residential area. Like you do approve resident, and as recently, the council has approved acreages, and as recently have approved gravel pits all within the same area. I think somebody here has got to take a look at the process to you correct it so it gets along. There is enough gravel along the North Saskatchewan River, it goes a long ways, it just doesn't stop there west of us, so. And then yeah, I guess that's all I can do, that's all I can say is the noise there. We could hear, honest to God, we could hear the people, our neighbors talk down at the bottom of the hill. Well, now you can't even see them for the dust hardly, and we've got pictures of dust. I mean, that's not news. That's, the people on there even run the equipment have seen it, so, and nothing's been done about it, so. And the time factor too, the time factor has been fairly well on the pit, but it's been broken, and I found the county about running equipment 24 hours a day down there. They've been pumping water, and it continued for some time, so I don't know if the county didn't react or if who didn't react on it, but so it's just not, the mix ain't there at that size of an operation that close to this residential area. Thanks.
Thank you. And again, an opportunity for any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Good morning, and if you would state your name for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Phil Reese, and I live just north of the pit. I bought that property 7 years ago, and I didn't know anything about a pit starting up there at that time. I wasn't told about it. And I really don't have anything to add other than what the other people have already said. So I'll just keep it short. The noise is terrible. We're so used to having our windows open at night for the fresh air, and we can no longer do that because of the noise. And starting just at 7 o'clock, sometimes a couple of minutes before, but it's been pretty good that I know of at 7 a.m. And that equipment starts up and you can hear it going across the floor to the working positions. And then within 10 minutes or so, you hear the rocks dropping into those trucks. And I tell you, sometimes it can make you jump. To be outside during the day, all day long, same thing. Noise, noise, noise. It's almost as though those guys purposely hold the bucket 10 feet above the truck deck so that they make lots of noise. And I'm sure they don't do that, but that's what it sounds like. This morning when I left my house, the back faces the pit. The front door, I walk out, and just as they were dropping a bucket of material into a truck, and I'll tell you, it was loud. And that was opposite side of my house. The noise, of course, and then the dust as well. I went down, I actually didn't write anything down to present today because I hadn't gotten my mail, and until a neighbor asked me if I had heard about this. But we just seem as though, like, for a gravel pit to be right at your boundary, your property boundary, it's ridiculous. And especially a pit that size, and they want to make it bigger to make more money, which is fine, nothing wrong with making money. But let's, as someone said, the North Saskatchewan is a long river, and there's lots of other places that they can be putting in a gravel pit. They don't have to do it right next to a residential subdivision. So that's about all I have to say on it. I am against any further expansion of that pit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And again, another opportunity for members of the public to speak in opposition of the application.
If I'm allowed, I missed one thing on my, on my, I guess my words about it, but the previous pit, the existing pit right now was guaranteed, was said to be 7 to 10 years. We've put up with it for 7 to 10 years. Now all of a sudden we get hit with another bash for another 7 to 10 years. So that'll be no doubt in the name in the range of 25 to 30 years, there's going to be operations carried out in that area. So I think it's time to cut the whistle, but just my opinion.
Thank you for that additional comment. Any further comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition? And again, we're allowing everybody to have one turn. Okay. And then if there is a supplementary, come ahead, please. Please, we want to make sure. Sometimes listening to other comments, you remember something you forgot to say.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just one point here, and it's just regards to your new municipal development plan. Regarding aggregate and other surface resource extraction, clause 7.2.17, where it states, for areas that the county has development control, Clearwater County shall discourage the encroachment of incompatible uses into areas of active and potential extraction resource development. In my mind, we're contravening that by allowing an expansion into a residential quarter. I just wanted to state that. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, opportunity for any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition. Welcome, and please state your name for the record.
Good morning, I'm Myrna Morish, and my husband James just read the letter that we had in opposition to this consideration. Further to his letter, because everyone has talked about the impact of the noise on our day-to-day, all day long life, 5 days a week. I would actually formally request a noise study be done, because I don't think that councillors who sit here can experience the extent to which it affects our day-to-day life. I believe a formal study needs to be done prior to any further acceptance of second or third reading. I don't believe that this should proceed ahead of studies being done in a formal way. So I also think that I would like to request the noise study be done, and I would like to request a water preservation study be done, because this may very well affect our day-to-day water reserves that we use. It may very well affect the springs that we use on our land. This is starting to encroach upon more than our just day-to-day. It is affecting our mental health. It is affecting our livestock. My daughter's horse just bolts every time those loud rocks go into that. I mean, she is a nervous horse. I grant you that. But that does not give people the right to make this even worse. This is what it's allowing, is you are giving people the right to infringe upon our private and personal lives. Again, I would invite each and every one of you to come out and spend a full day, which is only one of 365 of ours. You spend one full day out there listening to what's going on. All that noise comes up our valley. If you plant trees along the property edge, the noise still comes up over the tree level into our house. We are just above the Stewart property there, previous Stewart property. And you cannot understand, unless you live there, what kind of infringement that is. Now we want to bring it even closer? This is an infringement on our rights. It's on our privacy. It's on our mental health. And you folks need to understand that these people who are making application here are doing it for their wealth, not for our well-being, not out of respect for the people who have bought properties there previously and who have lived there in contentment for these number of years. I think it's a real awareness. You need to make yourselves aware of how impending that is on our health. So you need to know that we are very much against any expansion on this. We are already suffering. This will only make us suffer more. And it is wrong. It needs to end. I don't care about what rocks and gravel, this is going to be a great for the manifestation of infrastructure. What about our personal and private well-being? Please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, additional opportunity for any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. One more time, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition. And one final time, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition. Thank you for your comments. I would look to the development officer if there were any written submissions received in opposition to the proposal.
There were 4 written submissions received, and I'm just going to recap their concerns because I did forward those letters to you guys. But the disappearance of wildlife in hayland since the pit has been operating. The site is an eyesore, continuous disturbance. There was concerns with the diesel fumes, crushing hours, the concerns with no options to appeal and the close proximity to residents, noise pollution, air pollution, dust, property value decrease, and what the reclamation plan is. And then I did receive one additional email that wasn't included to you guys, and I'm just gonna read it. As adjacent landowners, overall, we are in agreement with economic development and what is proposed. We're hoping for clarification / confirmation on the following. It would benefit adjacent landowners to see the area listed as undisturbed Area A remain undisturbed in an attempt to minimize the noise impacts of the pit. Being located directly above the gravel pit, the sound travels easily and is very loud during normal operations. Keeping a bit of a buffer to nearby residents should prove beneficial. Would this be part of this approval, or would it change in the pit boundary only going to council? Then they also asked, what are the hours and days of operations? For the pit, it is normally quiet on weekends, but on occasion we can hear equipment and pumps operating on weekends. And I will turn it back over to you, Reeve.
Thank you very much. And as I promised earlier on, I would look to the applicants to present any final remarks or to address any of the comments they've heard so far. Give you that opportunity if you would.
No, we first of all appreciate everybody bringing comments, questions, concerns forward to us. They don't fall on deaf ears at all. We take great pride in what we do as a company in the community, as leaders of industry, anything like that. It's we will work tirelessly to ensure we mitigate every possible concern, issue, comment that we hear. And that's, at this time, that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Okay. And with that, if there's no further comments from the applicants, I will close this hearing. No motions will be entertained at this time. And having said that, I think it's an appropriate time for us to take a short break, and then we will continue on through our agenda after that break. So we'll be back at 10:45, please. Welcome back, everyone. We continue through our agenda of the day. The next item on the consideration is that of second and third readings of bylaw 1154/23 for land use amendment number 08/23. And I'll turn the floor across to Ms. Beely to introduce the background information for this item, please.
Thank you. So, staff's recommendations is that council consider granting second and third reading to bylaw 1154/23 for land use amendment 08/23. You guys are familiar with the background to this. It is to potentially redesignate approximately 89 hectares within the Northwest 14 and Southwest 14 from the agricultural district to the direct control district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will proceed with a subdivision application to consolidate the redesignated DC land together and then make an application for a development permit. This application is solely for the change in land use designation, where the Southwest 14 would acquire that automatic DC zoning with the update of the land use bylaw. The Ferrier-Garth Area Structure Plan outlined incompatible land uses at the time that it was developed in 1987. Paterni's proposal does comply with the current municipal development plan, and council may look to limit or restrict operations on that pit at the time of the development permit stage. There is more information in the other attached public hearing item. At the regular council meeting held on August 22nd, council reviewed and gave first reading to this bylaw. And upon the consideration made at the public hearing today, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Beely. Questions, comments from council? Deputy Reeve Melhoff is first.
Thank you, Reeve. I have lots, actually. I did have the privilege of touring the location with MPC, and then I got to go out again another time with a resident, and I was lucky enough again to see it from the air with Councillor Radcliffe took me flying to go and see it from above. I'm curious though, when we look at the map, it shows, I don't have the one that we got in MPC that showed the actual mining area, but the area here and across the little finger was to be left untouched, and then the rest could be potentially mined. But you're looking to have DC across the whole thing rather than just DC on the mining area. Why would we not just look for DC on the mining area and allow the rest of it to stay agriculture? For one, it would ensure that it would not be mined because hopefully the land use bylaw will remove aggregate extraction as a discretionary use on ag land. And two, it gives the residents peace of mind that that will for sure never be mined. And my proposal would be that we only do direct control for a portion of that, potentially 20, 40 acres instead of 60 acres to leave a very good buffer for those residents. And that allows us to still open the development permit to put some of the mitigation requirements that the residents are wanting. Is that something that could be a possibility?
Ms. Beely?
So you're asking if you could potentially restrict the DC designated area? I mean, that would be up to council's decision, but the applicants are asking for that whole portion to be redesignated to DC.
And I'll go back to Councillor or Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
A follow-up to that, Reeve, if permitted, can I request that of the applicant? Because we change land use amendments all the time. We request changes to the numbers, et cetera, and we have portions of land that have full title, that you can still have your whole title, but only portions of it are districted. For example, we do that with institutional a lot. If permitted, can I request the applicant to answer their thoughts on that?
I guess it would be solely at their discretion whether they would consider your question or not. So again, I would put it.
You guys know if Paterni's would be interested in entertaining designating just this portion DC and leaving this undisturbed?
Is that something you guys would be interested in at all?
Yeah, as of right now, we would only be mining the lower plane.
Right now, they would only be mining the lower plane, but I'm not sure if you guys have anything else you'd like to add to that. Restricting it, moving the boundaries.
So, yes, no, is that something you'd entertain?
Yeah, that's a, without going back and looking at everything and redeveloping our plans, we couldn't give you a secure answer of that. You know, we're looking at mining the south portion of it with looking at the mitigation factors of the residential, the well, the environment, topography, all of that good stuff. And we weren't planning on developing that north portion, right? So without going back, we really have to think about your proposal there.
It is also something that can be addressed at the permit. You can create those buffers, you can outline them then too. But the application right now is for that whole portion south of the tracks.
That's right.
So just so I understand, your plan was to keep an area that would be available for a buffer, either a visual or a sound or noise, sight, sound, smells, whatever, buffer, that's kind of your plan?
That's correct. Okay. The trees to the north would never come out of there, straight up the hill. Because it does go up on a hill there.
And the application today is to encompass the whole area as a direct control district. Okay.
That's correct.
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I have a question for the applicant. How many years approximately of production is there in the current pit there?
It's hard to judge, but I would say, just guessing, 5 to 10 years.
Okay.
It's all based on market, right? Like what their current bids are and where their projects are going to be.
And with this additional property, how much would that extend the life?
Once again, guessing, but
yeah,
probably add another 5 years.
All right, thank you.
And I appreciate your willingness to answer questions, and so I would kind of want to direct one question to you right now. I've heard a lot of comments around noise and sights and sounds and smells. What factors do you have in place right now in the existing operation to mitigate those things? What things are you doing now to mitigate some of those concerns that I've heard about further development?
Well, noise is a tough one. Dust, we do control the dust. I'm not sure the pollution, well, we run the newest technology out there, so.
Yes. So in our current operation there, obviously the hours of operation fall within our permit there. And as for the noise and the dust, we do have dust abatement. We do have the berms up. We do leave as much vegetation, trees, etc., adjacent, and it's a day-to-day operation of a gravel pit. It's we do everything in our power, including what Troy is discussing about our machinery. We run the newest of new, which has emissions, the green. It looks at all of it, right? And that's pretty much all you can say about it.
Well, I appreciate that, and I know there's some opportunity when you're operating to be operating on one side of the stockpile as opposed to the other that may help balance some of that sound pollution, some of the dusts and stuff. I know that at a potential development permit stage, I see a willingness to perhaps consider those things. Is that would that be fair to say that?
Reeve, if I may, if it was to be redesignated and they were to obtain a new development permit, there are noise abatement measures we can put in place, like some pits do put, the tends to try to restrict the noise from pumps when they're running. There's other things that we can try to address through their permits. If that helps at all to try
Thank you for that.
to
I
reduce the
understand
noise.
there's a lot of noise mitigation studies and technology that can help with noise. Definitely dust can be managed,
Maybe more suppression.
and reduction of sound is, I hear that is very important. Councillor Swanson, sorry.
Is this our council's only opportunity before the redesignation to have our input in before the development permit?
This right now is the only time the public will have opportunity to come and speak to you guys directly. But we will come back if it was to be approved at the development permit stage where you guys could address anything at that time.
That doesn't go through MPC, that goes through the council at that
The
time?
permit would come directly to council.
Okay.
The subdivision would go to the Municipal Planning Commission.
Does the
Go ahead.
Does the subdivision application then, going through MPC, yes, I understand further conditions could be evaluated. I guess I'm not confident that there'll be, we as council could offer further conditions after subdivision. That's maybe, I don't know how you could reassure me on that process. The development permit comes right here then?
Yeah, you are the full development authority
Okay.
over anything zone direct control, so that development permit application will be presented to you guys, and you guys will be the ones putting on any conditions.
Well, as it stands and what I've listened today, I feel that there needs to be some more information that needs to be gathered. And so I'm a little bit torn because I'm not sure I want to approve this redesignation without the information ahead of time, because I don't want to approve something that may or may not come to fruition. As Deputy Reeve Melhoff has offered, having a partial opportunity to do a DC and the rest be agriculture, I understand that. I understand the ease of zoning, whatever, would be easier for the applicant. I've listed 3 different conditions that I would like on the development permit, but at the same time, I'm like, maybe I would like that now versus at the development permit stage. So I'm just gonna keep listening, and I'll reserve my comments for later.
Thank you for that. Councillor Northcott is next.
Alrighty. No, I just want to say that I absolutely understand many of the concerns and the residents that have stepped forward to voice their concerns. There are also many excellent operators and industry operators here in Clearwater County, but I think this is really a result of poor planning, I would say decades ago, to develop a residential area in an aggregate-rich location. Many municipalities across Alberta, they're not fortunate to have gravel. They're not fortunate to have oil and gas. And I've said this before, but urbanizing the rural landscape will restrict and limits the development of natural resources, whether it's aggregates or oil and gas. And I even said that when we were going through the municipal development plan review. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay. Thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Councillor Swanson, I hear ya. I'm struggling with this one as well, because on one hand, I would like to have the opportunity to have access to the development permit, which the only way we have access to the development permit is making some type of a change. Because I'd like to be able to put in the not 24-hour crush, like my understanding is the Stewart Pit has the ability to do 24 hours a day crushing. I'd like to limit that. I can't limit it unless we get the development permit. the noise abatement, all of those things are the development permit. But I also would like to ensure the residents that they won't have a direct control district right on their backyard. So I'm struggling, it's kind of a chicken and the egg for me, going, do we do direct control district and then make the mining area restricted, restrict the crushing hours, restrict like the hauling, all of those things? Or do we just say no, but then we're stuck with the current development permit that doesn't have as many restrictions? I'm struggling also.
Ms. Gillum has, his light's been on and wants to add something. Please, go ahead.
So I just wanted to point out that in the municipal development plan, section 14.2.5, which Holly had in her public hearing item, that sometimes we require studies at the development permit stage, but it does allow us to provide, like it says, to provide information relevant to a proposed redesignation, subdivision, or development. Clearwater County may require them to provide studies such as a geotechnical study, water supply studies, environmental assessment studies. So if council wishes, prior to making a decision, they could ask the landowner to provide those studies now versus later. If you are seriously considering allowing them to go forward with this, but you, instead of going through this whole process, requiring them to provide more information prior to the redesignation instead of later at the development permit stage where you make that decision, then those studies are still relevant then, but you have the information sooner. So you do have that option per policy if that's something you would like.
Past practice has been that they obtain their zoning and then supply the studies.
And I'm going to go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then to Councillor Swanson, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Like other councillors here, I'm torn on this. Yes, we need aggregate, but the neighbors have presented some strong concerns. And I would like the applicants to have the opportunity to describe how they would potentially address those concerns, which may require some studies. Can we grant second reading and table third pending more information?
I would look to staff on
Yes.
process. Typically, I guess we can table third reading, but I don't know if there would be a benefit to that. The development permit stage would allow for all those studies to be in place based on an approval, would it not? Whatever studies or related kind of information that council would need to endorse a development permit, would it not be included then?
So my understanding is that you could potentially pass second reading, ask for additional studies, and then those are presented to you at third reading.
Okay. Okay, there's another option. I'm gonna go to Councillor Swanson.
With that process, I am thinking of the applicant's, the cost, right? So if we deny third and they've gone through those studies, whether we table now and they can go through those studies, there is a process for those application fees on our end. Is there a reimbursement if we don't pass second and third reading?
There is a partial reimbursement for if they don't obtain second reading. Okay. I am for that, Ms. Bailey. I believe we do need some additional information. I just want to confirm that the water sources aren't going to be mitigate on this. Springs, I know we have dry years, and I understand this is going to be a wet pit. So, the additional pumping of the water, et cetera, I want to ensure that the residents are not impacted by that. I understand there's probably been additional testing to know where the gravel sources are at, like where's your deepest, where's your shallowest. So I'm sure that's how you've developed your mining plan for that. So
you know, where those levels of wet pit mining will maybe possibly impact the residents. And I'd also like to see us do, I'm not sure if the operator can go to someplace else in the pit to crush to help mitigate the noise versus getting closer and closer to the residents. If there's an opportunity to change the mining sequential, that I know that comes in the development permit stage. I'm trying to think of a noise study. I understand that through Snell's Law, et cetera. I live on an amphitheater myself. I understand the noise that are impact residents and the dust. So my biggest concern is water. That's my primary concern, and being on the river, I understand, yes, but I would want that study ahead of time of second reading.
Okay. And I'll maybe just comment, and it really comes from looking at the map, and we see the development that's happened on this. Much of this was decided well before any of us were on this earth. 110 years ago, the Canadian Northern Railway chose a route through here. This outlines this development on one side of that track, on the other side of that track. And ultimately, people chose to live there because there was a benefit to living beside that track then, and that development has continued. Canadian Northern itself used the resource of aggregate to help build that embankment or that rail line there. So we have that historical section here. Time moves on and development continues. There's been development on both sides of the track, and trying to find the balance. We're in a good spot today that I think we can put mitigating factors out there so that all kinds of development have a place here, and that's one of the things I think we considered when we were creating the new municipal development plan, that people are really looking at a decision and removing the angst of a drawn-out decision-making process that involved multiple appeal levels. This is honestly one of the first tests of that concept of putting that control, direct control around the development of aggregate. It is never going to be, there's always going to be a conflict between development and the aggregate resource and the community that chooses to live around that aggregate as well. So kind of the first test of this, I can see it's very difficult to find that right balance. And I'm certainly torn. I've heard great comments today about the concerns that are out there. I do believe there is an opportunity to mitigate those concerns and allow for a little bit for everybody in here. I think it means the industry has to step up their practice as well, and I think the community has to realize where they live, where they've chosen to live, and where they've built a very good life for themselves, working in harmony with the other land uses around them. And this is really a step to making that a decision process that doesn't stretch out the angst of all people involved. They get a decision at one point in time. Having said that, though, I can understand that we want to make sure on first steps that we have as much information possible before council. So again, I can agree with Councillor Swanson, and more information would be better to make a better and more wholesome decision and be fair to all parties involved, that those things are going to be important considerations as we move forward. So anyway, I'm getting on a soapbox here, and I know Deputy Reed Melhoff has a comment.
Thank you, Reeve. Miss Bailey said, you said that they had to previously get zoning in order to, before going to the next stages, et cetera. But previously, aggregate was allowed in ag. And ag is the default zoning, so it's not exactly very difficult to get an ag zone. So it would make sense that they'd have to get zoning. But ag's easy to get.
No, 100%. This is the first pit that's going through the new process with the 2023 MDP. In the past, if it was to go to an industrial zoning, that's when additional studies were required. Generally, they would come at the permit stage. That's kind of where I was coming from. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Supplementary.
Please.
So, for example, let's say hypothetically that this passed today, and the studies came through for the development permit, and it said that if they mined into the water table, the residents would have a problem. There is no noise mitigation possible based on whatever noise mitigation study is done. Dust abatement isn't possible. What then? They can't go back. the zoning can't be removed, it can't go back to ag, it's already DC. So even if those studies are done, they've got a DC district, random, unmineable, because the studies came through as negative.
They could approach council for a different use on that property. They could apply to rezone it. It would be at your guys' discretion.
And I will say, sitting here, from time to time, we've had higher use levels, say an industrial designation, redesignated back into agriculture. It's not a forever. Just our baseline land use designation is agriculture. Everything else is a step away or below or above, however you want to view that from that point. This one is making that decision as a council decision. The public has the opportunity to share their feedback on the direct control and the things they believe would be important to be incorporated within that land use designation.
I do have a follow-up.
Go ahead, please.
So if, like our development permits, if the conditions on a permit cannot be carried out within 12 months, or whatever, normally it's 12 months, but we can change that date depending on the development. It's considered either null and void if it's not extended, et cetera. Can the same thing be done for this? That if the conditions for conditions for redistricting are not met, it goes back to agriculture, and that would give the community the understanding that, hey, if the conditions can't be met, you get to hay it.
It's important to recognize that anything in the direct control district comes back to you guys. So generally, there's not conditions placed on a land use amendment. And I might turn to Kim for that, just to help me clarify that.
Ms. Gillum?
Yeah, the land use bylaw does say if the proposed development for a rezoning doesn't proceed, that after a year, council could direct staff to rezone it back to the previous zoning or the agricultural zoning. So like if nothing proceeded and they didn't get approval for a development permit, you could, in this case though, you'd probably only rezone back that northern portion because the lower part is an active development or permit for a pit and it would continue to operate under DC. But yeah, council could direct staff to rezone the portion back if they didn't proceed with a permit on the north.
Because that would remove a lot of issues that happen with pits when they get their permits and their districting and then they sit on a pit for 25 years. Nobody even knows it's a pit, it's not mined. And then all of a sudden, it's a pit.
Well,
So
it's
that
just
could
if
help
it
with
doesn't,
that.
like if they got approval for, like if you, as council, if they went forward with an application for a development permit and you approved it, generally if for a pit, we indicate that it's for like the life of the pit. And so if they got approval for that, then we wouldn't rezone it back because they've gotten approval for something under that land use zoning. So it would only be if you didn't give them a permit for something that you could direct staff to put it back. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. It's just, I think aggregate's the only example where we actually do that. In many other places, if you don't build your building within a certain amount of time, you need to come back and get reapproval on your development permit. If we don't go, hey, you know, you didn't build whatever building in Nordegg 10 years ago, like, do you know what I mean? Like, we
Yeah.
put
I
restrictions
think
on lockup
generally-
within so many years. Gravel's the only one where like, you can have that pit for 50 years and never ever put a shovel in the ground. That doesn't really give a good peace of mind to the residents that are trying to build a future around it. So
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure we're balancing aggregate extraction, which is absolutely needed, with the residents that are in the area.
And I mean, we do try to put more conditions on those permits now, and they also have to have a code of practice from the province that's relevant for, you know, in the time that they, I mean, I'm assuming they probably would have to update that possibly as well, depending, but for environmental considerations at the time. So they don't need approvals just from us either in that case. So it's kind of a complicated process to have them have to go through that again.
I do have one more, and then I will.
I don't see any other questions, so if you would, please.
Sorry, thank you. You touched on updating development permits. Is there an ability for us on development permits to put they must be reviewed every 5, 7, 10 years so that we don't get pits that are, you know, 30 years old that are working on 30-year-old code of practice because they got their development permit 30 years ago? Is there an opportunity for us to say, we're reviewing this every 5 years, we're reviewing it every 10 years, et cetera, so that they're working with the most up-to-date information that we have.
Other than doing a temporary permit, I don't know about reviewing that, but it could be something that could possibly be addressed when we make the changes in the land use bylaw, that council could direct that when they're considering these type of things, that the permits just be reviewed for relevancy every 5 or 10 years or something like that, and not necessarily cancel them, but review for relevancy, and then council, because it's DC, could make adjustments if they feel necessary.
Yeah,
I think that
not
would
not
be-
necessarily canceling, but an example being 24-hour crush. 20 years ago, that was standard. You gave 24-hour, 365 days a year crushability, and that is not what is handed out now. So if these pits could have their development permits reviewed, those could be changed to bring brought up to where the rest of the pits that are getting development approval of the day could go.
And other municipalities do require pits to kind of update or like to have permits reviewed. We'd have to look into see how other municipalities maybe do that for suggestions, but.
It generally follows what they have to submit for their code of practice with the province.
Thank you.
And my assumption is that industry best practices have changed over time. What would be acceptable 20 years ago is not today, and I'm sure what is acceptable today will not be acceptable 20 years from now. It's an evolving process. One thing we do know is aggregate is very patient. It waits until we need it. So ultimately, we want to make sure that we're not making decisions that nullify good efforts of today with the good efforts of tomorrow. Councillor Swanson?
Great discussion. So my worry is I don't want to strand the asset. I don't want to strand the resource. I understand there is a need. We've just done a bunch of paving in Nordegg. We just done a bunch of paving in Condor. We are considering our paving program and resurfacing, et cetera. So we know that it is, I don't want to strand the resource for those that might be, for our industry here. But at the same time, I really want to assure the residents there that their number one resource there for them is their water, number one. So if they don't have confidence in their water, ensuring that, and I just want to make that reassurance because it is a wet pit. That's where I'm at. So I would like to make a motion that we table second reading until we receive the water source study, or however that would be, and possibly could the applicant bring back a different mine plan if we went through that rezoning between direct control and agriculture? Where would that mining line towards the north end of that property be? I would like that information before second reading.
Okay, was
So I
staff able to capture that motion? Maybe if we could have a read back, just so we have clarity on what is being proposed as a resolution or a motion.
Thank you, Reeve. My apologies, I threw that. I was gonna go back and review, so if you would not mind, Councillor Swanson?
So my motion will be to postpone second and third reading until council receives a water source study and the mine plan of the applicant, where the possible line would be drawn for direct control versus agriculture.
Okay.
Zoning.
Better clarity on that then? Is that something that can be captured in one resolution or motion? Okay, thank you. Speaking to that motion then, Councillor Cermak, please.
I need a little clarification on this because I understand we are voting on what we're putting this land to, the designation. And if we do it to direct control, and we say in the permit that they have to do all of these other studies, and they come out that they can't approve it, then this automatically goes back to agricultural.
No. Direct control, but you guys would be the sole authority for any use of that land. So they would have to come back to you for any proposed use out there in the
But
direct
so
control
there-
district.
But I'm saying that if some of these studies come back, that water comes back, that they're gonna interfere with the water of the residents out there, that would deem that they couldn't mine that property then, right?
Maybe they would change their application to it, you know,
So then we're still in full power if we give first or second and third reading to whether this gravel pit goes on or not.
correct.
So the buck lands here at this council.
That's right.
And if we say that we want a water and an environmental air study, everything like that, attorneys have to come up with it, or do we have to pay for that study?
No, it would be on the applicant to supply those studies for your consideration.
So then we could put in any kind of study we want.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's not the motion before us, though, just so for your clarity.
Clarify what is going on with this meeting.
Correct. Yeah, essentially, this is consideration of second, third readings of a bylaw or land use redesignation to direct control. And we don't have a lot of direct control districts in the county yet. This is kind of new ground we're treading on, and it's good that council takes the time to understand it fully. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Swanson, would you accept a friendly amendment that the study includes sound mitigation options?
Sound mitigation. So would you mean mitigation or to like a noise study to understand the levels of noise?
Well, not only the level of the noise, but what options they would implement to reduce that noise. I just did a quick look on the internet, and there are outdoor active sound control systems that, if you can believe them, says it would reduce the sound of a train by 90%. So, but also, I think the Reeve suggested, if there is a stockpile, well, do the crushing on the other side of the stockpile too. You know, those sorts of options of whatever the applicant might find suitable.
While I understand the intent of your ask for a noise mitigation or noise impact, I believe what you're asking could be asked at the development permit stage. For me to approve second or third reading, I want to assure that the water resource is adequate. That's where I'm at. And I don't believe that those things that you're asking would impact my decision about for second and third reading.
Okay,
Fair?
fine.
Okay.
And I just share kind of my interpretation is that, you know, we could ask for any number of studies, put any number of mitigating considerations for any factor on a development permit stage. This is really looking at, are we comfortable with rezoning this into the direct control land use right now? And I also want to make sure the expectations of the public is we have had a public hearing on this application already. Tabling it would not enable another public hearing. So ultimately, for Councillor Swanson, she's suggesting that she feels more comfortable if there is before you consider second reading, that there is some, a background study on water, a water study relating to this relating to this redesignation. I'm not even 100% sure right now we know that this will be a gravel pit. We're just putting it under direct control, or asking to put it under direct control of council. It could turn out 50 years from now, it could be the next Walmart. We don't know that. It would be under a council decision, and we've had a public hearing related to putting it into direct control of council, or this council, or a future council, or every council from now into the distant future. I don't know if that's helpful in clarity or not, but. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I will support postponing, the motion to postpone second and third reading until the water study can be done. However, I don't know that I will be supporting this at all. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can come up with a mining plan of how much DC can actually be done. And the rest can stay agriculture, et cetera. I'm looking forward to that information. Paderni's is a very valued part of our community, which I really want to make sure that I express as well. However, without the community, they wouldn't have anybody to work there anyway. So I want to make sure that the people around them are also considered in all of this. So I will support postponing as is presented by Councillor Swanson. However, I am looking forward to more information on this prior to actually changing it to direct control.
Okay. And Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I do not personally see the advantage in postponing this. We have the power when it comes to the development permit to do all of these studies and determine it then. I think we should go on with it. So I will be not in favor of postponing the second reading. And I will request a recorded vote, please.
Okay. And I tend to agree with you, Councillor Cermak. I think that was part of the reason that when council had looked at the municipal development plan review and some of the challenges that were placed within that, especially around aggregate resource development, we know that it creates angst in the community. It creates uncertainty not only for community residents, it also creates angst for industry. And the idea was that the decision remains local, it remains approachable to your elected officials, and that decision is made by people around the table. And I'm not going to, I would love to have every bit of information and have as much certainty before us as possible, but I know that is possible through the development permit stage of these things, so I will not be supporting the motion to postpone at this time. But anyway, further discussion on the motion before us. I know there was Councillor Cermak requested a recorded vote as well. So, additional questions, comments? I will call the question then. All in favor? And those opposed? That is tied in this case, so that is a defeat of that motion. Thank you for that motion. It brings us back to the question before us. Councillor Cermak, please.
To carry on the second reading.
Thank you. Discussion on that motion. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I always feel that it's important when I'm going to be voting against something that I make sure that I state my reasons. I believe over the last, an hour, I've already kind of explained my position, so I don't know that I necessarily need to go into depth on that right now, but I will be voting against the motion before us right now.
Okay. And Councillor Swanson?
As ditto Deputy Reeve, but also at the same time, I understand the process of going through the development permit staged for these extra conditions, and I understand that this is just for rezoning. But at the end of the day, I want to give fair balance to the residents that have come out to the public hearing, to give them some reassurance that we will protect their water source, and that the company will be doing that. I'm of the opinion that sometimes we have to, you know, find that balance, that compassion balance, and so for that reason, I will not be voting for second reading.
Okay, and I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I have to agree with Councillor Surmat's comments here moments ago that this is just part of a stage of process. I think that the applicants have heard from the community and from council about their concerns that need to be addressed to actually be able to complete this process. And I want that process to go ahead. So I will support this motion.
Thank you. Additional comments? Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
I agree with Councillor Swanson that the water needs to be utmost, but that can be done in the permitting area. And I will be one that will stand up and demand that water be taken care of before the permit will be issued. But I would like to see this go to direct control.
Thank you for that. Any additional comments? I can see how this is shaping up, but ultimately, I believe in the process that we've created through our municipal development plan around resource aggregate. This is one of the first tests of it. It probably didn't meet full satisfaction everybody here. I believe the process will work to find that very delicate balance between a super important resource within our community and our super important citizens that live in that community and choose to build here, as we know that industry is a partner in developing a community. So we need to find that delicate balance and make sure everybody's concerns are there. And I think that's how bringing the decision to this panel is important. I never thought about the 6 members because we have one of our members that is simply involved in the aggregate industry as well. So it's probably going to be, at least with the makeup of this council, it's going to be an even number. So sometimes decisions go a different way. Additional comments with the motion before us before I call what I expect. All right, all those in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much for that. The other consideration today is third reading for this same bylaw. Anybody willing to make a motion relating to that? Councillor Cermak?
I will make the motion for third reading.
Thank you for that. Discussion? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Again, when I vote against something, it's very important that I give my reasons for. Again, I've done that for the last hour plus. I absolutely understand that all of this can be looked at and mitigated during the development permit stage. I have sat on MPC long enough to know how that works. I absolutely understand. However, I just would like to see a lot more information before we are doing a full redistrict. And I think that we should look at our land use bylaw and really take a deep dive into that going forward anyway in all of our districts prior to redesignation. I think that us doing the land use bylaw and us making some of those changes will make some of these questions a lot less difficult. So I'm looking forward to the work being done on the land use bylaw.
Thanks, that was a great plug for our land use bylaw review right now. That's super. Councillor Swanson, please, and then I'll go to Councillor Cermak.
Again, I agree with Deputy Reeve Melhoff on a lot of this happening. This is the first one. This is setting precedent. So for me, this is, I appreciate the efforts on both sides of this argument. And with everything that we've been presented to this morning, so I will not be supporting third reading.
Thank you. Counselor Cermak.
Yeah. The MDP said that's why we voted in direct control in, so that we would have control over what goes on these pits. Instead of 24-hour crushings, 365 days a week or a year. That's why we put it into the MDP. So we're not doing anything out of the ordinary, we're just following our own set of rules. And I'm kind of a rule follower.
And Counselor Ratcliffe, please.
Just a point of clarification from administration. If third reading is defeated, that is the end of the issue, is it not?
6 months, right? 6 months.
To reapply in 6 months.
Okay. I believe then I will support this application to move ahead with, as we flesh out the rules and procedures around direct control district. Again, I have major concerns that are echoed by other councillors around the table, and I look forward to how they can be managed in the mining plan.
Thank you for that. Deputy Reeve, did you have additional
I was just going to
comment?
respond to Councillor Cermak, because I do agree that this is exactly what this district was for, so the council has full control, et cetera. But if there's a large portion of this that is not going to be mined, why does it need to be direct control at all? It can stay in the ag district. We do full title quarter sections that have individual land uses within it. We have industrial lots that are on the same title, and it's an island for, we have in some institutional districts that have spots within a quarter section, so the whole thing doesn't necessarily have to be DC, just the mining operation, and the rest can stay ag. So I think some of that will be learned throughout this whole process as well, and perhaps as we go forward with it, my views on it will change, but at this point, that's where I stand.
Thank you. Again, many things can be decided at the development permit stage. It'll be up to the applicant. The area could be rezoned as all direct control, and ultimately that decision is made at a later point. Councillor Swanson?
Yes, and as indicated earlier in the MDP, section 14.2.5 states that council can ask at any point in time, any studies is for redesignation. So, you know, yes, we're following the MDP, but we are also following the opportunities that are gifted to us within that MDP as well.
Thank you. And, you know, I would just say this is truly an attempt to bring both industry in alignment with community needs. Sometimes we all get forced kicking and screaming into these processes. I've heard several pages of notes I've taken about the concerns the community has. And just as an aside, I will definitely, at the development permit process, ensure that those concerns are mitigated to the full ability of industry to do that. So just so that you have an awareness level of that it will not be, it will need to bring in those considerations that the community has shared with us, the affected, the people most affected by this, and find ways to work together. So I will be supporting the motion before us. No big surprise there, I don't think, but I would look for any further comments from council before I call the question. All in favor? Oops, sorry, if they're all in favor, and those opposed, and that is carried. That takes us to the end of 5.2. We would look at item 5.3, and I don't know if Dawson is. They've been waiting for some time, so I would maybe invite them to come forward. Thank you for joining us today, gentlemen, and being part of this process. We're all learning a little bit at the same time.
Yeah, you're good, Cindy, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for bearing with us.
So the next item on the agenda is item 5.3, and that's first reading of bylaw number 1159/23, application number 17/23 to amend the land use bylaw. And maybe we'll just start with a quick round of introductions now that Councillor Graham has rejoined us, and we will go around the table again. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Counselor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Councillor for Division 4.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Counselor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed representing Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Division 7 Counselor Michelle Swanson.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Dawson Conley, Planning Intern.
Good morning, I'm Scott Montgomery, representing CVSS, and I'm the General Manager on site.
Well, good morning and welcome, Scott. Great to have you with us. I'll turn the floor across to Mr. Connolly to introduce the application.
Alan Reed, on behalf of Calgary Veterans Services Society, has made application for a land use amendment within Northwest 436 of 5, containing 148.59 acres. The subject land is designated agriculture within Clearwater County's land use bylaw. It is located on Highway 22, approximately 6.8 kilometers south of the village of Caroline. The applicant is proposing to redesignate 20 acres located in the southwest portion of the quarter section from the A district to the institutional district. The current operations on the subject parcel do not have development approval. However, should the land use amendment be successful, the landowners are willing to work with administration to bring the property into compliance with all required permits. Currently, there is a post-traumatic stress disorder retreat operating on the subject quarter, which is the reasoning for rezoning from agricultural to institutional. Access to the proposal is by way of Highway 22, adjacent to the west property boundary of the quarter section. The remaining 128 acres of the quarter section would remain under its current designation, being the agricultural district. There is a residential subdivision taken out of the balance of the quarter, located in the southwest corner. Surrounding land uses are predominantly agricultural, and this land use application was received after the adoption of the 2023 MDP. It falls under section 10.2.3 for the MDP, as it fits with the number of permitted parcels. It falls under section 14.2 for plans to support a proposed major redesignation. To consider a proposed redesignation, Clearwater County may require the applicant to prepare for consideration of approval by the county in an area structure plan or outline plan. It falls under section 14.2.3. Clearwater County may require an area structure plan to address site suitability, design and density, impacts on natural capital and the environment, effects on land uses, traffic impacts, provisions of open space, protective and emergency services, access to and impacts on the education and health services. Section 14.2, to provide information relevant to the redesignation, Clearwater County may require the applicant to have prepared and submitted a geotechnical study, a traffic impact study, a water supply study, wastewater study. In the institutional district, the purpose of this district is to permit and regulate the development of private or public facilities intended to provide cultural, social, religious, educational, or rehabilitative services.
The policy considerations are the redesignation of the proposed land as to allow for the legalization of the existing PTSD retreat under the appropriate land use district. The existing use does not fit within the Ag District. The proposed use fits within the institutional district for the operation of a retreat. It complies with provisions outlined in the 2023 MDP. Public Works, Regional Fire, along with other agencies and adjacent landowners will receive an opportunity to comment during the public hearing stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Questions, comments from council? Deputy Reeve Milhoff is first.
Thank you, Reeve. Maybe I missed it, but I don't see like a business plan, anything. Like I don't see how many people are gonna be on site, hours of operation, security, etc. Like I see, is there a business plan? Like I see
There
nothing.
wasn't one provided.
No? Okay. Maybe the applicant can address some of those things?
As in security?
And how many people?
Yeah, as security, there's a person on site, living on site, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week type deal. That is me. I have a house in Red Deer, but I live on the property. And if I'm not there, my wife stays there, and as we are right now, she's there, because I have two people that are on site right now. For the business plan and stuff like that, that would be the president, Alan Reed. He is putting everything together right now. He's dealing with a little personal issue as in cancer. So he did the operation and all that. He's hopefully be able to come up to our open house on the 30th, this Saturday actually, up in Edmonton. Other than that, that's all I know about what's going on. He's taking care of the plan. Him and the board are putting everything together. There's a 4-member board for CVSS.
And Ms. Gillum has something to add, please?
Yes, we can require them to provide a little more information prior to the public hearing. I can add a little bit, being that I've been out there and we've spoken to them, and Dawson might be able to as well. But Dawson and I actually went out with assessment earlier this summer to have a look at the property. And so they have the security residence, and then they have a large shop there that they've converted to some public space. They have like a kitchen and seating, like living space in it for the people visiting on the site, and they're constructing a smaller building that they can kind of use for events, if they like, with a commercial kitchen in it, I believe, that has a commercial kitchen. And then they have placed on there that they're renovating some washroom facilities in a first aid building. And then they have a number of like small, like single-use cabins for the people coming to visit to stay in. I believe there's 11, or gonna be 11.
There's 9,
Nine.
and then there's 2 bigger ones which are
Correct.
20 by 24.
And then the area you could see in the south part of the drawing, of the south border there, that's a cleared area that they have, that they were gonna allow them to bring trailers out for parking RVs instead of using the cabin. So that's kind of, so there could be a number of people, I suppose, if all cabins were occupied and then there was some RVs on the property at any given time. And it's connected to Calgary Veterans, and they are connected through there to come out there.
Yes.
So that's a general idea of the operation out there, but they could provide more detail prior to or during the public hearing if you'd
It's
like.
not just pertaining military, it's veterans, first responders, caregivers, RCMP, anybody, first responders are within the group are allowed to come out with PTSD or family issues or whatever, just a place to hide and enjoy nature and walk around and volunteer if they want to volunteer and help split firewood, stack firewood, whatever. It's just a place to come and recruit, get out of the city.
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I can understand escaping from the city. Does the Veterans Services Society own the entire quarter? Can I carry on that line?
Yeah, just go ahead with another question and I'll go to Councillor Cermak.
All right, the aerial image shows a lot of other trails through the rest of the property. I'm wondering why the whole property wouldn't apply for this, wouldn't be suitable under this classification.
The area that they have proposed is where all of their cabins and everything are, and that's the area that they use the most. But you could maybe speak more to that for what you use on the quarter.
That's correct. And the trails that you see are old cut lines from the oil patch. It's all been cut through for surveying and stuff like that. They're all slowly filling in, but some of them I cleaned up for that aren't marshy or swampy for people to walk through trails to see nature and rabbits and pheasants, which we have on the property now.
Thank you. Ms. Gillum?
Yeah, so in this case, we suggested that they rezone the area where they were going to be putting structures and having the majority of the development. The remainder of the land, if it, being the treat area, the river, and pathway areas, can operate under an agricultural zoning because they're not really developing on it. It's just, green area, so it wasn't necessary, and it, and reduces the cost to the landowner as well.
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. I have to take my hat off to the Calgary Vet Service. You do a great service to the public. I'm honored that you're in the area. I have one concern with the statement that you wrote out in your second paragraph there. The current operations on the subject parcel do not have development approval. They've done a whole bunch of development on there. Why is there no approvals?
They were previously working else that went ahead and did all of the development, and he's no longer involved. So they're just working to bring everything into compliance now.
So why would we issue a redesignation when there's no development already approved?
Can I comment on that? Sorry.
Sure.
Yes, Calgary Veteran Service Society was joined up with Hog in Alberta. There was major conflict / one person which wanted to do his thing and the president wanted him to do what was supposed to be done. This guy went and did everything behind his back, brought in the stuff, had the money, and Al, which the president was not himself and lives in Kelowna and didn't make trips out and not noticing. I came there in March the 20th, and that's when I observed and everything, and I became the manager, and the other guy was turfed out, and there's no more Hagen association with them with CVS. It was this, we can call it that civilian / military split. Civilian out because he had more civilian friends than the veterans were there. So now that's what my goal is, to bring it back up to what it was designed for.
Ms. Gill?
I'd be happy to answer that, Brian. So yeah, we discovered that they don't have any permits or approvals for the business, and that's why we recommended they come in and rezone, because this use doesn't fit under the agricultural zoning, so they need to rezone to the appropriate zoning to get a permit that fits within that district. And so they go through this, and if council is favorable to them operating the business, then they give them rezoning, and then they apply for the permit for all the buildings and to operate the business on there, and then we put conditions on there if required. But if they can't legalize it under the current zoning because it doesn't fit, so that's why they're going through this rezoning process.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson and back to the Deputy Reeve.
As this is just to bring forward first reading for a public hearing, I would make the motion to grant first reading and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you. Discussion relating to that motion, please. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. The justification to go to the institutional district is that it's a PTSD type of facility, what, are you working with Alberta Health Services, social, psychiatry, et cetera? Like, what is making it a PTSD facility and not just a potential rec zoning requirement rather than institutional?
Counselors and therapeutic people that work out of Calgary, and right now we're recruiting a couple more once we get everything up and running in Edmonton. But they're all university degree people that are working under our umbrella. They're contracted to us, work as a contract. And then whoever comes in that we see, like I've had a couple within this area that has been in very desperate need, and now one of them is in, not locked down, but in a special place being worked with, there for at least 2 months minimum.
Great.
Danger to himself and the public.
Thank you.
Ms. Gillum?
Sorry, I just keep today. Yeah, again, my understanding is that the veterans are connected to Alberta Health Services in Calgary to get them out here, but they also, like, it's not a traditional campground. They don't pay to stay out there. It's just for them to go out. It's part of those facilities. And yeah, it's all kind of connected. And I believe some of the food and supplies they get are also through that system, so.
And Councillor Gray?
I would concur with Councillor Cermak that what you're doing is wonderful and it's very needed, and I'm happy that this is happening for people who need help. I will be supporting first reading so that we can proceed to a public hearing.
Okay, thank you for that. I have a license plate on my truck, so I'm in support of what you're doing for sure. Definitely knowing how PTSD affects all people, first responders. I think it's admirable that you're creating an opportunity for rehabilitation there and assuming all they can be in life. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. We're not zoning the entire quarter because, but can you just, why are we not zoning the entire quarter? What ag pursuits are happening on the rest of the quarter to justify it staying the ag designation? Do you have cattle running there, hay there? Like, otherwise it should be zoned a different designation if it's not being used for agricultural pursuits, right?
Just the first quarter is where the facility and cabins are gonna be. The backside, which we call the sheep's pen, which is on the southeasterly part of the property, is called the sheep's pen. We're gonna be, that's gonna stay its natural state, in which it's gonna be just camp trailers, which there's no running water, no nothing. They come in and they leave with what they have. No dumping station, no nothing. The rest of it is all to do with nature, deer in the backyard, moose in the backyard, and we had a 22 pheasant release, so we're trying to repopulate pheasants in the area, and rabbits galore. So that's why we want to have the first quarter, just commercial in the backside, stay as normal state. Fishing in the back river, everything, and there's not going to be nothing changed.
So not agricultural pursuits then? Recreational pursuits then?
It'll be like a recreational, but who knows? Maybe they want to do a little garden or whatever. I don't know down what the future is for now, but this is what we're looking at right now.
I had heard you mention earlier on about chopping firewood. I think
that is
woodlot is an agricultural operation. So
we had Rubicon. I don't know if you know about Rubicon. They're a first disaster response team at Ottawa. They came up on this weekend and did chainsaw training, and everything within the front quarter of the commercial area with all the deadfall and stuff that are hanging. That's where they did and cleaned up the whole area, so it's no brush, all clean, so nobody will get hurt. And that's the firewood we're talking about.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak, we do have a question before us too, so
yes.
we want to stay online with that.
The reason I'm wanting to know, why such an irregular shape of this 20 acres? Why not just square it off and take the whole corner of that quarter? Why?
Ms. Gillum?
I can let Dawson, do you want to answer this one, Dawson? So we just kind of kept the acreage to the areas where, again, they were kind of constructing the buildings and had the road to the back area with where they would be parking the RVs and that thing. Our fees, we have a flat rate fee plus a per acre fee, so the larger it goes, the larger their fee. And we didn't feel it was necessary to rezone the remainder of the quarter section if it was going to be remaining treed and grass area, because there are a number of quarter sections in the county that are completely tree covered, that are zoned agricultural, that people use recreationally that maybe they shouldn't be, or they just have it as their own personal thing where they are out walking on there, or, you know, because it's just, it may not be developable agricultural land or even grazing land in the trees or whatever, but we just didn't feel it was necessary to rezone the remainder to leave it as is, basically.
So it's strictly monetary.
And to cover, they're rezoning the area necessary for the structural development of the business, basically. And we did the areas that covered those areas. And then again, we did it because of the fee as well, but just what was necessary.
Mr. Emmons, I just noticed your light.
Thank you, Bylaw. And if I may, Councillor Cermak, to try and help you with your question, there's a difference between the redesignation, the land zoning, and land use. So even if it remains ag, if it's not being utilized for ag, that's an assessment conclusion. So they'll come out and assess accordingly. Redesignating more than what's needed, when this current owner no longer needs it for this purposes, sells it, the new owner would have to go through a rezoning to use it for cows. This way, it leaves that opportunity there. Even if this organization decides, you know what, part of the therapy is to have some goats, it would permit that. So there is a distinction between land designation and land use.
Yeah, I just didn't want them to restrict if they wanted to do some extra building with such a funny shape that they may not be able to do some future development within the boundaries. Thank you.
Would I be correct in assuming with an institutional designation that agriculture is still a permitted use? I'm seeing nods, so I'll take that as a yes. We have the question, we'll go to Councillor or Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I will be supporting first reading. It's important for us to get to a public hearing so we can hear what the public has to say. And you never know, I may need this very service one day with my other career. However, I think you said something very poignant, CAO Emmons, redistricting only what is needed. I think that's fairly poignant to our last application.
There you go. All right, we have a question before us. All those in favor then? And that is carried. Thank you so much for joining us today. The clock on the wall tells us we're at noon. I know we have a delegation that's joined us with council's permission. Maybe we'll dive into that one quickly. I know we have a 1 o'clock as well, so we can have enough time to hopefully use your time as well too. So Mr. Bisson is joining us, so I would look to him to introduce 5.4, which is first reading of bylaw 1162/23 for application number 14/23 to amend the land use bylaw. And thank you for joining us, Mr. Bisson. We'll maybe start with a real quick round of introductions. Go to Councillor Graham, please.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Hello, George Northcott, Division 4 Count.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1, and Deputy Reeve.
Good afternoon. Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve.
Good afternoon. Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good afternoon. Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hello, Division 7 Councillor Michelle Swanson.
Good day. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Welcome, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Ralph Fries, current landowner.
Vic Maxwell.
Well, welcome. Thanks for joining us and being patient as we work through our agenda. I'll turn the floor across to Mr. Bisson to introduce this application.
All right, thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Good morning, Council. Ralph Fries currently holds title to the Northwest 8, 39-8 west of the 5th, which contains 153.12 acres. The subject land is in the agriculture land use district and is located about 7.5 miles southwest of the town of Rocky Mountain House. Vic Maxwell has made application on behalf of the landowner to redesignate 22.13 acres located in the southeast corner of the quarter from ag to intensive ag. The remaining 130.99 acres of the quarter would remain under the ag designation. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed to a subdivision process to create separate title to the 23.13 acre IA parcel. The proposed IA parcel is developed and contains two residences, a barn, a few horse shelters. The proposed parcel also contains a round pen, holding pens, and two pastures. Access to the proposed parcel can be obtained from the existing access off of Township Road 39-1A, adjacent to the south property boundary. A new approach to Township Road 39-1A or Range Road 8-5 will be required to access the remainder of the quarter section. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to use the to continue to live on the property and to breed, raise, train, and buy and sell quarter horses as an intensive livestock operation. The current landowner has recently purchased the quarter. However, he has lived on the subject property and operated the business from the subject site for the past 37 years. As such, he does not need the remainder of the quarter section for the business operation. The proposed land use amendment would allow the applicants to live in the existing residence and utilize and continue to operate the existing business. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural with a few residential parcels. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the applicants are present to speak to the proposal. Perhaps what I will do, just for the sake of time here, is to jump down to the policy considerations.
Sure, I'd appreciate that.
The redesignation of the proposed parcel is to create an IA parcel to operate an existing intensive livestock operation where the landowner will breed, raise, and train quarter horses. Again, the access portion of this has been met, and the proposed 22.13 acre parcel fits within the intensive ag designation minimum size requirements. The proposed business operates on the parcel will be better utilized if separate from the remainder of the quarter section. The small ag operation could allow for a more diverse ag opportunity and allow the landowner to make agriculture their livelihood. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title within the quarter section and would align with policy 10.2.2. After reviewing and considering the impacts on adjacent farming activities, staff feel that the proposal would not negatively impact on the existing farm operations in the area, as the proposal is similar in nature to operations found in the Ag District. Public Works, Ag Services, Regional Fire, along with other agencies, will receive an opportunity to comment on the proposal during the referral stage of this process. And our recommendation is that Council consider granting first reading to Bylaw 1162-23 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bisson. Questions from Council? Councillor Graham is first.
On a question, I was just going to say this looks very similar to other applications that we have received and have gone through, so I will make a motion to grant first reading.
Thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I know that it's something like 2,000 goats becomes provincial jurisdiction for confined feeding operations. We talked about that at the last IA subdivision, or not subdivision, redesignation. When does the province step in for intensive agriculture on horses? Is there a number, or is it just manure-based?
That is not a number that I'm familiar with. That is something that we could certainly have an answer for you at the public hearing portion of this.
Okay, because I'm curious why this particular operation is better suited in IA instead of being ag. It's already been operating for how many years in the current district that it's in? Is it not compliant in the ag district? Does it need to be changed?
It is compliant in the ag district, but perhaps the landowner and applicant could provide more detail. It's my understanding that he does not require the full portion of the quarter section to operate this business from. So that is the purpose of creating a smaller parcel for him to continue operating as he has been, and the rest of the quarter could be used for ag purposes.
Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, unless, sorry, Mr. Maxwell or Mr. Freeze?
To answer that question as to why, as you can see, the remainder of the quarter is bush, lowland. The spot that we've selected is very usable for my needs. I don't know if you're familiar with the horse industry or not, but we have approximately 15 mares which raise babies. We sell babies. The training and resale of horses is a sideline that makes it feasible to be able to raise the babies, whatever. I don't know, right now, a finished ranch horse will bring $18,000 to $35,000. So that's the recap on that. As far as using that piece, it's feasible for me, and bottom line would be the rest of the quarter could be used or be sold to help me further my venture. I've been on that same piece of property for 37 years, and what is there is usable. I would just like to expand on that and make it more usable. I didn't build a big barn, whatever, on rented property. Now I have the opportunity to further the business.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe, we do have a motion before us too.
Yes, you've answered my question as to what the agricultural pursuits were on the rest of that, so I'm good.
Super. Any additional questions, comments? I call the question, then all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon and morning. Thank you. Thanks. And thank you, Mr. Bissa. And with that, I'll call, oh, sorry.
There is one more delegation.
Do we want, why don't we push forward? We want to use your time as well too. So let's go ahead with that then. I believe that would probably be item 5.5, first reading of bylaw 1163/23 for application number 15/23 to amend the land use bylaw. Mr. Bisson, please.
All right, so Lane Moore has joined us here this morning. He is the landowner for Plan 072-4272, Block 2, Lot 1, which is part of the Northeast 937-5. The property contains 93.9 acres of land, and it is designated agriculture. The subject property is located approximately 5.5 miles northeast of the village of Caroline, and the applicant has made application to redesignate 5.5 acres of land located in the east central portion of the quarter from ag to CRA. The remaining 88.4 acres would remain ag. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will then proceed with the subdivision process to create separate title to the 5.5 acre CRA parcel. The proposed parcel is undeveloped. It is described as flat, heavily treated. Access to the proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter section would be obtained from an existing shared access off of Range Road 5-3 adjacent to the east property boundary. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to subdivide off a new yard site so they can develop it and retire from farming. Once developed, the landowner will then sell the existing developed yard site and farm infrastructure with the remainder of the quarter. The landowner anticipates that the remainder of the quarter will be more appealing to a potential purchaser with the developed yard site. The parcel located in the southern portion of the quarter section is owned by the province of Alberta and is actually held by Alberta Environment. And it was donated by the landowner a number of years ago due to the water body and lowlands located on the parcel. Other surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels and one recreational parcel directly to the west of the subject parcel. The applicant is present and can provide more detail to the proposal. I know council is fairly familiar with our policy on redesignating land to residential purposes, so I will go right into the policy considerations unless council has questions.
Not seeing any questions at this moment? No. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so as I stated, the redesignation is to create an undeveloped yard site zoned designated CRA. The access to the property is from Range Road 5-3. Staff has reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact the existing farm operations in the area. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the fourth title out of the quarter section. The parcel of land registered as Plan 882, 1299 Block 1, Lot 1 was donated to Alberta Environment many years ago. Clearwater County believes that this parcel should be considered as an environmental reserve parcel. We therefore believe that the proposed parcel should be considered as the third title out of the quarter section and therefore would align with policy 10.2.2. The landowner has applied for the redesignation of a slightly larger parcel to encompass a panhandle and which encompasses approximately half an acre of land, which aligns with policy 10.2.6, which allows him a larger parcel based on panhandles. MDP policy 14.2.5 and 6 permits the county to request certain studies, such as an environmental assessment report, to address sensitivities of the subject property and adjacent lands. Public Works and Ag Services, along with other agencies, will receive an opportunity to comment on the proposal during the referral stage of the process. It's our recommendation that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 1163-23 and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you. Questions by council? Councillor Cermak, please.
So really, this is actually the fourth subdivision.
That is correct.
So our NDP calls for SAP.
That is correct. For the fourth title out, it would require an area structure plan or an outline plan to be prepared and adopted. In this case, the landowner had donated the southern portion of this land to Alberta Environment a number of years ago. We view that as an environmental. Had that been done today, this would have been designated an environmental reserve lot instead of a separate title. There's no house that can be built on that environmental reserve lot down by the river or the creek. But yes, it would technically be the fourth title.
I'm going to go to Councillor Graham next.
The parcel that was donated to Alberta Environment, does anything happen on that parcel, or it's just land sitting there, nothing happens?
It's just lowland swamp.
Okay, thank you.
There would not be an opportunity for a residence or anything to be built on that property.
It's not like people can't go quadding or anything, that's not allowed? Okay, perfect, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. The northwest, that chunk there, how did that come about? Which MDP or rules was that under? Because that's a weird size, one that I haven't really seen.
Sure.
I'm guessing Red Deer Planning Commission.
Actually, no, that was redesignated by this council under,
Really?
I believe under the previous MDP. Might have been done in 2007, so it might have been,
So not this council.
that's correct.
Sorry, you said this council.
By council.
Sorry, I'm
Yeah,
like,
by
I don't
council. No,
remember.
By a council.
By a previous council.
Not this council.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was redesignated to recreational facility for the operation of, and forgive me, perhaps you could,
Lazy M Ranch.
Lazy M
Okay.
Ranch operates there.
Okay, thank you. That gives me also my bearings of where
Where
the,
this
okay,
is.
Lazy Am Ranch is right there. Okay.
If you look at that quarter section, the only decent piece of land on the whole thing is that large field.
Okay. Additional questions, potential motion? Counselor Swanson?
Yes, I will make a motion to grant first reading and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you. I don't see any further discussion on that before I call the question? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Much like the last application, I will hesitantly support for going to a public hearing so we can hear what the public has to say. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I will call the question. All in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much for joining us today, and with that, I believe we'll take a recess till 1 o'clock. Well, good afternoon, everyone. We're back in session, Clearwater County's regular council meeting session. We follow through our agenda for today. We're going to skip over item 5.6 for the moment and move into item 6.1. That is a delegation and presentation of Mr. Elliot Diedrich today. And it's a letter of complaint and request to waive tax. I don't typically do this, but I'm just going to state again, that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. And that's for the benefit of those that have just joined us, either at home or in person here. Let's just start with a round of introductions then. I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good afternoon, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good afternoon, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve.
Welcome, Elliot. Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5 Councillor.
Good afternoon, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Division 7 Councillor Michelle Sponsor.
Good afternoon, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Hello, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Rick Emmons, CAO.
Tracy Haight, Legislative Services Coordinator.
And I'm Elliot Dietrich, and I live on the Arbutus Road, so.
Well, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Ultimately, you had submitted a letter of complaint a little while back, which has been circulated, and it is part of the agenda package today as well, for those of you following along at home. Ultimately, we would ask if you would like to speak to your submission and letter. I think, I guess, looking to administration, if there's anything procedural I need to do other than to invite Mr. Diedrich to speak to his letter. So I guess I'll give the floor to you, Mr. Diedrich, and then you can.
Okay, has everyone read the letter? I assume everyone knows.
I'm seeing nods around the table, and I think, I think there's been the opportunity to look at the material you presented. And
So is, like this is being live streamed, so do I have to read the letter so that anyone else can understand what's going on too then, or?
So anybody that's following with the agenda package that is published would be able to access the letter you submitted, because it's
Okay, so they could already read it.
There's information within that has been redacted that would, protect identities or any legal concerns or FOIP type concerns. But it does, bring forward, the allegations that you are expecting to substantiate or at least communicate with council your concerns.
Okay, when I'm making my presentation, am I allowed to give names of emails that I received and delivered to?
Without actually hearing them, it's sometimes difficult. Usually we want to protect those things that are related to legal or land or any of those other concerns. So I would look to administration if there's some specific area that we would have to pause a presentation on. I don't know what that might be, but.
Like it doesn't make like in the storyline of the whole thing, if you don't know who's saying what, then it kind of makes it confusing.
So, I would go to Mr. Emmons first. He has a comment to make, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. If it helps, under FOIP, if it's staff, that is not privileged, that is public. If it's another individual outside of this organization, then you would require their permission. So without knowing or.
Yeah, so.
Okay, well, I don't have any emails outside of the people in this organization here, like the administrative end of the county, so I should be able to just say their name and everything. Okay, So, it started on, well, I guess it started before that, but on March the 6th, I wrote a letter to Sherry Litke, and I explained that the acreage, there's an acreage on our property, and it should be taxed as agricultural, as that was the land has always been used for and still is. Nothing has changed to make the county remove the agricultural designation for that parcel. And then I asked her, please take the tax money that was incorrectly charged on this parcel previously and apply that to the tax roll number 38060930001. And there was also a charge on a building for several years that was falsely described in this assessment. When I found the mistake, I complained and it was removed from the assessment, but no credit was ever given for the several years of taxes that were paid on the building. Please take the money that was wrongfully collected on what was called a cabin and apply it to the same tax roll. And that letter, well, they claim it was answered, but it was not answered from Sherry Litke. It was answered from an assessor. And that's not the person who can do what I was asking for. And they never addressed any of the things that I said, being that nothing has changed to make the county think that it's non-agricultural anymore. So, and also the cabin on there. So we're going to start with the cabin. And if you go to on one of the pictures that I presented was called summary report. It was a PDF that we'll go to the summary report first, that was the one I sent this morning.
So maybe you can kind of describe what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, I was mostly referring to the picture.
This is the summary report, and if you look underneath where it's the improvement valuation, there are two 1.5 story plus basement and then 1 story basementless summer cottage. And that's listed floor area as 216 square feet. That's important. So now if we go to the pictures that we just previously seen, and we'll go to the tape measures. If you zoom in on that, that shows 96 inches. That's the width of the cabin. And then there's another picture. Not that one. I took this one just to show the overlap, how the cabin is a little bit wider than the foundation, but another picture. And okay, on this one it shows that there's a front deck on there, which is a little over 2 feet. But the overall cabin itself is only 13 feet by 8 feet, which amounts to 104 square feet, which is less than half of what was listed on the tax notice. And so I think there is no way that an assessor could not know how to read a tape measure. That's part of the job. And the cabin, oh yeah, if you go to another picture, there will show that the cabin is on skids. This one shows the length of the cabin. That's the one that shows the length. And if you scroll through, you'll show another one that shows it's on skids. Well, that one there, you can see the skid on the bottom, but I think it's the next one after this. No. Maybe it's missing. There, right there. If all the assessor had to do was look, and it'll show that that building is on skids. And a portable building like that is not taxable.
according to the definitions in the, what was it? I forget what the definition was listed under. So there are three things. Oh, and another thing that the assessor listed on this cabin was that it was completed. So there are three things that are incorrect. That the dimensions are wrong, that it is a taxable building, as in a stationary building, and that it was completed. And there is no way that that was done accidentally. And that's the reason for me launching the complaint, that there must be a deliberate attempt to try and get more taxes than, and there must be an incentive that comes from the administration here in the Clearwater County. So now I'll go to the acreage, I guess. It says on an email from Rob Cutchin, he writes concerning the acreage on there. The 5-acre parcel is zoned CRA, Country Residence Agriculture. CRA zoning does not allow for farming use as defined in the Municipal Act of Alberta. We made a change to residential assessment for this vacant property or vacant parcel in 2018, and it remains correctly assessed. Okay, first thing about this is it's zoned Country Residential Agriculture. Now, if it's zoned agriculture, why does it not allow farming use? Now it's misleading. And I can't see how anyone could mislabel that unless they were intentionally trying to deceive the public. Now, why would you want to deceive the public about this? Well, I think it has something to do with what's coming up in the future. And when the food is going to be hard to get, they're going to go back and tell all the acreage people, no, you can't have a cow and 2 pigs and chickens on your farm. Because that's what the law says. But they're not doing it right now, but the law is in place. And that needs to change, because we need to have self-sufficient people here, and to have everyone prohibited from having their own produce is just wrong. It's wrong. So, okay, they also said that the parcel was vacant, or that was, Rob said that. He said, we made the change to a residential assessment for this vacant parcel. Well, it's not vacant. It never has been vacant. The definition of the word vacant, and it comes off the internet, is empty, unoccupied, unfilled, free, available, not in use. And I wrote back to him, none of those terms apply. Absolutely none of those terms can be used to describe the parcel of land from the time it was subdivided until the present. And I said, if it was you that made the observation that the land was vacant, then either you didn't look at the land or you looked at it and lied. Either way, it is an incorrect statement. Change the zoning back to agricultural use retroactively to 2018. And I also asked, what procedure was used to change the zoning of that land in the first place, and was it you that caused the change? And he has not responded whatsoever. He just left it. Now, I left 2 questions there with no answers, but I did get a response later on from Murray Hagan, and maybe he was gonna attempt to reply on behalf of Rob Cutchin, I don't know, but he didn't answer their questions either. And he writes, I'm providing further clarifications to your requests regarding the following roles. The building that you are referring to does represent accessible property and was taxed accordingly. I can appreciate your disagreement with the value attributed to it and understand that the entire assessed value was removed after you contacted our office in 2018 to express your concerns. I believe that our response at that time was fair and equitable and would have resulted in no further taxes being charged on the structure after 2017. Well, this is absolutely insane, and I am literally really disappointed at how stupid you must think I am. First you say that it represents accessible property and it was taxed accordingly. So if it was taxed accordingly, why did you remove it? The county is not known for freebies and giveaways, but you removed it, but you wouldn't give me my money back that I'd already paid. So there's no way that this property was accessible property. As I pointed out, that it is portable, and it's just the same as a sea container. You don't tax a sea container, it's just another structure on your property. So, and the definition for an improvement, which that was considered to be an improvement, it's listed under the Property Assessment and Taxation, a guide for Alberta's municipal leaders. And that's just a pamphlet for the administration, I guess, to get their guidelines on what they can do and what they can't do. And for the definition of improvements, it says buildings or other structures and attachments to land that are intended to remain attached, sidewalk, pavement, and etc. So therefore, that little cabin is not taxable and not accessible. And going back to what he said earlier, that he can appreciate that. Where did I write that? I have that. I can appreciate your disagreement with the value attributed to it and understand that the entire assessed value was removed. Well, that's a complete fabrication. I never, ever appealed on the amount of money that it was assessed at. I appeal that it was assessed, it shouldn't be assessed, period. It's just a fabrication to get me, to steer me along a different line of argument, I suppose. So, yeah, I've never ever complained about the amounts that were assessed. I complained that it shouldn't be assessed, period. So, okay, now concerning the parcel, he writes, I understand that this parcel was created through subdivision and rezone country residential agriculture in 2002. When the assessment status was reviewed in 2018, it was changed from farmland to residential to correspond with CRA zoning as described by Mr. Cutchin below. Well, I can't find out what CRA zoning is. I've looked high and low, and this is not a provincial thing. So it must be a subdivision of another class of assessment. See, when in the, what do you call it, the Municipal Government Act. In the Municipal Government Act, under section 279 or 297.1, when preparing an assessment of property, the assessor must assign one or more of the following assessment classes to the property. And then there are 4 classes: residential, non-residential, farmland, and machinery and equipment. But the council may, by bylaw, divide class 1 into subclasses on any basis it considers appropriate. And it may also do that on class 2. So this country residence agriculture, which does not come up on any provincial statute or anything, must be from the Clearwater County here. So I forget what it is. Yeah. So anyway, there is a section in the Municipal Act, the Municipal Government Act, section 368.1, and it's called Changes in Taxable Status of Property. An exempt property or part of an exempt property becomes taxable if A, the use of the property changes to one that does not qualify for exemption, or B, the occupant of the property changes to one who does not qualify for the exemption. Now, we had this property changed arbitrarily. They never even asked us or anything. And I've tried many, many times to find out why they changed the property, the assessment on it to country residential agriculture from what it was before. It was agriculture. And no one has answered that. And when you don't answer that, like how am I, they just simply don't answer, like, but what it is, so what they're doing is they're actually breaking the law, because it's written as a statute in the act, and what this county has done is gone ahead and changed it when there have not been changes in the use of the land. And they changed it so that a whole bunch of people's taxes are now higher. And this is in contravention of the act. So what you have now is not just my little problem, you have a serious big problem. Because I know for a fact that there are a whole bunch of other acreages around that are being taxed illegally right now by the Clearwater County, because they did not abide by section 368.1. So what we're going to have to do here after this is all done is we're going to have to go through all of the acreages since this review, or since they started changing them over, and make sure that the county is not overtaxing all of the other acreages. It's a big job. It could cost the county millions, because the county is breaking the law right now.
So I thank you. You've raised a lot of points. I think we could address any number of those in, maybe not in order, but I would probably assure you that Clearwater County acts under the Municipal Government Act. We have the authority through the Municipal Government Act to governed. Is a hierarchy of policy underneath that Municipal Government Act that allows, you know, it's often presented as a pyramid. And so we have the Municipal Government Act at the pyramid top of that, and a number of other acts underneath it, and policies and plans that guide us through that. Not only through the municipal development plan, but through the land use bylaw, which is probably what we're looking at today more than anything. Mr. Emmons, maybe I'll let you address a number of those concerns, or any number that you wish to.
Thank you, Bylaw and Council. Perhaps I'll start out trying to clear up some misunderstandings or misconceptions even. The section Mr. Dietrich just referred to was related to exempted properties like churches, fire halls, those type of structures. Going back, Mr. Dietrich spoke of the 2017 shack and how it was originally not taken off by the previous manager of assessment. Later that year, our assessor did go out and remove it because it was his determination that it wasn't being treated consistently with other properties, so it was removed back in 2017. Interestingly enough, whether it's on skids or not is irrelevant to it from a taxation. CCANs are actually taxable. Assessment always looks for equitable and comparable properties. So if I could take council through a bit of a scenario, when you're assessing an overall property, if you have a cabin there, that cabin is assessed, it adds value to the overall property. If that cabin is 9 feet wide or 10 feet wide, from an assessment perspective, it makes very little difference on the marketability, what that overall property is worth. We always look for accuracy. There was mistakes made. It was removed entirely 6 years ago. By legislation, assessment has to be within 95% of the overall market value. I think that's also very important. In 2017, the assessor looked at the property, made the decision to remove it, and like I say, because it wasn't comparable with what the county was doing at the time. On the other note, if I may, staff does not work on any incentives, bonus system or commission. This is validated through council's annual budget process that's brought before you, and an external audit is also done annually by a third party. So staff see nothing going through their professional work every day. CRA is indeed a municipal land designation. Under the land use bylaw, country residential agriculture permits a cow, goats, whatever, for personal use. It does not permit income, so therefore it doesn't equate to the ag benefit. So you are allowed to have a cow for your own sustainability, but you aren't in the ag business. So it's assessed differently. I don't know if I hit on all the points, but I think that
No, I think that adds clarity as far as the land use designation, that a CRA would actually be an entail of what activities would be appropriate on that. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. Thank you, Mr. Emmons. That clears up most of the questions that I had. The other one that I have here is, it's saying that it was rezoned in 2002 to CRA. Was that done by yourself? So
Yeah.
did you apply for a subdivision?
Okay, this is actually in my letter. And what happened was that one of the neighbors came over, and he had been talking with the oil field landman, and they were talking about his leases that are on his property. And he was looking at the landman's map, and the map showed a whole bunch of red dots, each place that there was a lease on the map. And the neighbor noticed that there was a red dot just to the north of our house on our property. And we did not want a lease right by the house. So what we did is we decided to subdivide it and make that a long, narrow strip so that it would include the pasture to the west of it as well. And they couldn't put a lease and ruin our pasture as well. And if they wanted to put a lease in, they could have put it on the lowland. I'd have no problem with that. But that is the reason that the acreage was made in the first place. Now, how you can charge me like $1,000 a year just so that I don't have an oil well by my house that's not right.
So, sorry, the reason I asked is because in the subdivision paperwork that you would have completed at the time of the creation of this, it would have showed that when you signed that you were changing it to country residential agriculture. That it would have shown that in that paperwork.
Well,
That's
was
what
it
that changing
called
was done.
country residential agriculture even back then?
Yes.
So when was it changed? Okay, it was changed in 2018 from agriculture to country residential.
It would have been changed in 2002 when you did the rezoning to change it
So-
from ag to residential agriculture.
Okay, then why was the taxes only $25 up until 2018?
Because of the exemptions that are provided to ag producers.
Okay, so why am I not getting those exemptions anymore?
Because you changed the zoning to country residential agriculture by way of subdivision.
Yes, but from 2002 up until 2018, it was the same zoning and we received the exemption. Now, why don't I get the exemption now?
Well, that would be the assessment department. I'm just telling you why the zoning was changed and how the zoning was changed. Our assessment department does a township a year. And so they're not able to always get to every single new property and all of the changes. So, because then they can get boots on the ground for about a township a year. So, for the size of Denmark, it takes them a little bit of time to get through everybody.
I can share, if a parcel is redesignated into CRA, you don't necessarily get the tax bill immediately that it's become. It sometimes takes the paperwork till the next tax assessment season to become reassessed into the CRA.
No, something happened in 2018 that they changed it. I don't buy this. This is not, it was being listed as agriculture before and nothing changed, nothing. And then they changed it over so that the tax went from $25 to $900 and some odd dollars. And there were several years, it wasn't just a year or a year and a little bit. Several years went by. So there was no mistake about it. It was being charged the agriculture. And nothing has changed, and I want it back the way it was.
Well, is there an opportunity to redesignate that land back into agriculture? But I mean, maybe that's off. I'll let Mr. Emmons stay with the line of thought that he was on.
Thank you, Laheed. So if the property owners haven't changed, you could do a boundary adjustment, remove the subdivision and put it back into the quarter, which would put it back to an ag designation. That's a planning process. Just trying to address Mr. Dietrich's concern here and well understand the time. We have an assessment department of 2 assessors, 1 including the manager. It does take them over 10 years to go through Clearwater County. They do a township at a time. Given the land designation, the change at the time of subdivision by the applicant's request, actually, because of exactly the history explained with the oil company, it did take over 10 years for it to go through the system, get caught, so to speak, get identified is a better word, through assessment and changed. So it literally allowed benefit to the applicant, to the landowner for that many years, because assessment is understaffed and it takes that long. So there was nothing changed from the landowner's perspective. That is absolutely true. I have no doubt that they use it the same today as they did 11 years ago. Just simple time, staff, and process.
Okay, that's understandable from my perspective anyway. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Elliot, when you subdivided that property, were you advised that your taxes would be, it would be assessed differently?
Actually, when the subdivision was made, my father looked into it and they told him what the new taxes were going to be, and they said it was going to be $25. And so.
Yeah, it sounds like there was an oversight, but have you considered, reincorporating that parcel back into the quarter?
Yes, I have. And that's what I plan on doing, but I still want my money back.
Okay, additional questions or comments from Mr. Diedrich?
All through the whole thing, I have tried consistently and relentlessly to try and get the name of the tax assessor who assessed that cabin and also the acreage in the first place. But no one will give me any answers. And I'm not sure exactly what my move would be on that, but I can prove, I'm pretty sure that I could prove in a court of law that the assessor committed fraud. And fraud actually is one of the hardest things to prove in a court because you have to prove intent. But I have three things that were wrong. One, that it's a movable building. Two, that the dimensions are way off. And three, that they listed it as under construction when it was completed. Now, the first two, that they could have missed that, but they certainly could not have missed that it was not under construction. Like, they listed it as completed, and that was a lie. So if I had to go to court and charge the assessor with fraud, I'm pretty sure I could win. And then I'll go back and deal with everything after, because if the assessment was done fraudulently, there will be no taxes on it. I can promise you that.
Well, you've certainly made a number of assertions here. It's hard to get past some of those assertions, such as corruption and fraud and dishonesty and incompetency and intimidation. It sounds as though you've considered your legal remedies to those kinds of things. I mean, that is always an option for you. I can't counsel you towards that or counsel you away from that. I mean, you've suggested these things, so I may not be able to convince you that that's not what's happened here. You definitely have very strong opinions on the process around. I can assure you that other likewise parcels that are designated as CRAs are taxed more than what that particular agricultural parcel would be. That is something that council upholds. We uphold the fairness of our taxation policies or our taxation framework so that it's fair and equitable and repeatable to everybody within the jurisdiction that we have authority to deal with. I do thank you for coming and sharing that with us today. We will determine some of your requests at another agenda item. I believe it's 7.1, is it, that this comes back to us again as well? So we will look at your ratepayer request for a waiver of taxes there, and based on the information you've provided us. Is there any final comments you'd like to make before we move on?
I would like to, okay, now I just forgot what I was gonna say.
Well, take a moment and gather your thoughts. We're here to serve.
Oh, yeah, the CRA. Where can I find out information about CRA, when it was put into place, when it was, I wanna know everything about CRA. And where can I find that? Because I can't find that on the internet. And
I believe, and you mean I don't have that directly before me, it's a document that's an inch or so thick, but it would be contained within our land use bylaw.
I tried there and I could not find it. I searched it.
And I know you have some criticisms of our staff, but they are usually quite good at finding where those individual sections might be. And I'll just defer to Mr. CAO, our CAO, Mr. Emmons, because he ultimately has a good, broad understanding of planning and development.
Thank you, Bylaw. And as council's going through its land use bylaw review, it is on Clearwater County's website, as described last night in the Zoom meetings.
Yeah, so you're fortunate in that that's front and center of most of our communications efforts with our website. Is we're trying to direct people to a discussion around land use bylaw review, and we're going through a number of public information sessions, and the feedback is valuable at this time, for sure. So what, if you have any closing comments, I would certainly, our council would entertain that at this time. Other than that, we do need to move forward through our agenda as well.
Okay.
Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Mr. Diedrich, I don't know if this gives you any peace of mind, but I used to actually work for the county. And I didn't work for assessment, but I can assure you that I never received any incentives for anything, and that's not happening here. I don't know if that gives you any peace of mind or anything, but just from my experience, that hasn't happened. So I just wanted to say that to you, and I don't know if it means anything or not, but yeah.
I just don't understand how an assessor could get 3 mistakes wrong on a simple little property like that without trying. Like, I can't put my head around that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to fire you up again or anything. You've mentioned your piece to us, but I just want to, I don't know if it gives you any peace of mind. I just wanted to, mention that to you.
Well, I drive a Ford, and I know how a whole team of engineers can get a lot of things wrong all at once. So I know it is possible for one problem to compound into another. So. Again, thank you for taking your time to join us today, and thank you for your presentation. And it will be part of the discussion as we move forward into that item 7.1 as well. So, thank you for joining us today. With that, I think we'll move back to item 5. Oh, sorry, Councillor Swanson. Oh, yes, there might be a motion here.
Yes,
Go
I was
ahead,
prepared
please.
to make the motion. Yeah, the council receives Elliot Dietrich's letter of complaint and request to change assessment and tax waive and tax penalties for information as presented.
Thank you for that motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? And that is carried. Let's move into item 5.6 then. Which is Municipal Planning Commission review. And I think this is the point of time we would probably ask Ms. Haggart to join us, to lead us through the background information on this item. I know this was brought forward by, I believe, by a motion by Councillor Northcott at one point in time. And today we're going to examine some of the potential here. So, Ms. Haggard, I'll give you the floor if you would.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and good afternoon, members of council. Before I go into the staff recommendation, I'm just going to go over the background for the agenda item. At the May 23rd regular council meeting, council passed a couple motions which are noted within the agenda package. I won't read them because you can do that within the package, but in order to proceed with some of the direction that was within those motions, administration had a legal counsel take a review of what the boundaries would be for an MPC review. Before formally proceeding with scoping out a project to make sure that we're on the right track. That legal opinion, because it is an exception to disclosure for privileged information under FOIP, was sent to council in separate cover from the agenda item, so it's not attached with it, but you would have received that by email from me last week. And a quick summary of the legal opinion that I can speak to is that for an MPC review, the lawyer provided some options for council to consider as things that they could do. They could request the MPC provide a report of whatever nature they wished, and in respect to its operations and activities. I would argue that agenda packages themselves could be that and then summarized. Number two was amend the MPC bylaw to require that an annual MPC internal report to council or provide further details within the decisions themselves. Now, those recommendations that come from administration in the MPC packages are included, but they may not be translated into the actual development permit itself or the refusal of a development permit. So that's something that we could start working towards as well. And then the third option was, as everything is bound by the provincial legislation, the Municipal Government Act, it could be something that you could ask the minister for assistance with if there was a need there as well. Although the resolution was looking for a third-party consultant, I feel that the recommendations within the legal memo may adequately address the intent of the resolution. Which would provide council some options that they could request of the MPC. And if council wished a more fulsome discussion on the content of the legal opinion itself, I would recommend we go into closed session to do that. But I do believe that administration and the team have reviewed that legal opinion and support that forward-looking process into the decision transparency through a bylaw amendment. That would make sense. And that may be enough for council to proceed with. And if council was to agree, the motion suggested was before them. There's other options. You could make another motion that wasn't perhaps listed in the staff recommendation. And then just a final comment before I turn it back over to council to discuss the original motion and the intent, is that administration is working with communications and the planning admin to try and do a more detailed, because I think the Municipal Planning Commission, like that question that Councillor Northcott had at the land use bylaw meeting last night around the number of land use amendments related to land use bylaw and the types, that's data that we can compile and provide to council as well administratively, and it would capture both MPC decisions and decisions of the development authority done by a development officer or a planner in one snapshot. So I'll throw that out there as an alternative option. I know that doesn't meet the intent of the motion, but just for council's consideration, and then I'll turn the floor back to you.
Thank you very much. So let's open it up to a discussion or comments, questions relating to what's before us in this item. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. All of these land use change applications are different. And my high-level understanding of MPC's purpose is to interpret those bylaws and those policies against each particular application and make recommendations. I understand that the real concern is around fragmented parcels, and I don't think we can go back and change any past decisions. So I'm still not clear on the intent of this investigation and how it would benefit the taxpayers.
go to Councillor Northcott.
Okay. No, just to, I know council was aware of some of the emails specifically that had came forward from residents, and it was even at the municipal development plan public hearing. I've also heard from residents, you know, with some curiosities about specifically regarding the policies for fragmentation, and if the policies around fragmentation were properly applied during the decision-making process by the commission members. So you're absolutely correct, Mr. Ratcliffe. You can't really go back and change anything, but really to even move forward, you'd have to know if there was really even a problem to start with. So if I think it's sort of indicated in this package that there was maybe 24 fragmented parcels over the last 4 years. If those did have a cold eyes review and it was, you know, come to the conclusion that yes, they were all legitimate, they did follow policy, there was justifiable reasoning, absolutely, I think that would build, you know, trust with Biddy residents. But if maybe in the case there was some policies that maybe were skewed or things that maybe weren't properly followed, well, that could be identified, and then moving forward, you could build a policy to correct that into the future. But right now, I definitely do not want to make any additional work for staff. Don't want to make any additional time for residents to pay additional taxes to pay for staff time and stuff like that. So to keep it really maybe short and simple would be as if there was a cold eyes review from another party. I don't know where that party would come from or who that would entail, or organization. But to see if there really was, you know, if the policies for fragmentation were properly applied, hey, that's great. And if not, well, then we could move ahead to correct that into the future.
I'll go ahead and since it's a reply and answer, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Yes, I agree with your concerns around the fragmentation definitions, and I think that was a general concern through the municipal development plan, and that's why they were removed. It was becoming too arbitrary. So, you know, going forward, I think the issue is resolved, and going back may not have any real point. If there is one, I don't see it. If you could enlighten me.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham, and then I may have a comment if I can hold myself that way.
I'm probably at a bit of an advantage around the table here because I've never been on MPC, so I can probably speak more freely than everyone else on this topic. I've really contemplated this because I think people should be held accountable, and you know, we need to know that things are being done properly, but I just truly don't see the things that are being done, alleged being done wrong. I believe that the subdivision appeal board is in place to sort of handle those things, and people can appeal things that they disagree with. It's just to double check, Director Haggard, if someone who has, so let's say I've put in something forward for a subdivision and it gets approved, could you appeal that? Or could only the person who applied appeal that?
Not for a subdivision unless there's another interest, but for a development permit.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So it's available for people to appeal things, and I think that that's maybe the way that things have been done in the past, and we should continue moving forward with things being done when people disagree with the Municipal Planning Commission. So I personally won't be supporting an investigation or anything today for those reasons.
Thank you for that. I'll go to Ms. Haggard.
I meant the redistricting, so the land use can't be appealed, but the subdivision or development permit applications could be. So I just want a point of clarity there, just to be clear.
I have to really fight the temptation to jump up on a soapbox here, but council gives a huge amount of discretion to the Municipal Planning Commission through the bylaw. Those decisions ultimately have a check valve of an appeal from the community, from affected people. So in the dozens of decisions that the Municipal Planning Commission has made over the last number of years. How many would have seen an appeal to our subdivision appeal board? I'm just kind of getting a feel. Is there a lot of feedback from the community that this system is not working for them and they need to appeal these decisions? Maybe somebody that has some knowledge, say maybe even just in the last 2 years, how many appeals have we had?
In the last 2 years, we've had one, which was on Monday. And it varies year to year depending on what types of applications and what the issues are based on those applications. So I don't think there'd be an average to give you, like you could have 10 in 1 year, you could have 0. And the last couple of years have been 0 and we had 1 this year so far.
But I think there might be value in their engaging the community impression, or the lots of people understand what's happening around them and are unaffected by the decisions that the Municipal Planning Commission makes, and that's a well-known, well-publicized avenue to issue their concerns, is to go through an appeal process and share their concerns with not only this room or those decisions, but is there a problem with our bylaws? Is there a problem with what we're going? Is something fundamentally wrong that would really inspire a review of the entire system? And I'm not convinced that the amount of feedback we've got so far drives us forward into that amount of mirror gazing right now. I'm absolutely confident that that we would be proven out to be fair and equitable. And sometimes it is counterproductive to do that level of mirror gazing and navel gazing, if you would, without having the initial feedback that something's not working. I'm not getting that so far, but I can be convinced. Councillor Northcott.
Thank you again. I'm just curious if maybe with the agendas for the Municipal Planning Commission, have they always been made widely available to the residents, or to the residents of Clearwater County, or accessible to the public? I know I've made a notice motion to have the the agenda advertised on the Clearwater County website, but prior to that, was it ever easily accessible to the public to be able to see what decisions or applications were coming to the Municipal Planning Commission? And I guess one just thing, previous board and committee members, or commission members, I suppose, if there was any maybe improper interpretation or improper judgment that was made on decisions, would those members that previously sat there, would they be able to continue to sit on boards and committees within Clearwater County into the future? Just a question.
I know Ms. Haggard would like to take some of that, for sure.
In terms of the first question, if I could answer that one about the Municipal Planning Commission agenda packages, I think that came to council before my time as planning director, but in recent memory in the last year, if I'm not mistaken, where those are being placed on the website. So previous to that, they would have been publicly available, but they would have had to request through the county office, and of course be redacted based on FOIP if that's the case. And then, so those are available now. And so that is something that has changed over time, as well as what Councillor Ratcliffe noted about the municipal development plan and that change there. And then in terms of the members of MPC, that process is set by bylaw and appointed by council. So that would be council's discretion.
I would have a question relating, I know this council has always been very receptive to efforts to improve transparency. This is one of the reasons I think that those are more available, those agendas that are coming up before. In the past, have not anybody that would be directly affected by a decision of the MPC had been notified, like adjacent landowner kind of, so that they can give their feedback, so the MPC can value those comments that they would have in their decision process?
Yes, and it depends on which type of application. So something that would be non-discretionary, or like a deemed approved and an automatic approval, like if you had an egg quarter that was bare and you wanted to put a house on it, that decision making could happen at the development authority
municipal level. And then as you go through, so fragmented parcel would be what we're talking about, I believe. That's something that would have a referral process, and that kind of circle of adjacent properties that would be notified as part of that process, and then have ability to either provide a written note or phone in and speak to a development officer directly.
And am I correct in saying too that notices of decision of the MPC have been publicized in the local newspapers on an ongoing basis for some years as well, so that the public is aware of the decisions that, and the types of decisions that the MPC is making, and that would be available, even if it doesn't affect you directly as an adjacent landowner, you would be aware of the greater development process happening in Clearwater County, so that would be your opportunity to give your feedback about further. Just maybe if you would.
And advertising of permits that are either applied for, it's typically an advertising that they've been applied for, but some of them are, again, deemed approved. They're provided through the Development Authority if we can. If there's that discretionary matter, it also depends. It might be going to your Municipal Planning Commission. But I think that data that I spoke to a little bit earlier, or even changing the way in which we note in the paper or on the county website, I've asked staff to add the division. So it's pretty clear in a quick snapshot, then we can actually mine that data based on division where development's happening. We have the legal land, we could plot it on a map, but that's more labor-intensive process. We could certainly do that as well. But I think just to give that, hey, I live in Division 7, is this near me? It's, I don't know where every legal land is in my area around my house, so I thought that would be a more simple way to view the information. So that's something I've already asked staff to start working on and tracking in our Excel spreadsheet, but there's lots of other data types of applications and what have you that are approved either at the Development Authority level, the MPC, or then changed at the SDAB or upheld at the SDAB. So I think having an annual summary of what's happened in Clearwater County and what types of development would be useful for council. It's outside of this discussion, but it just isn't an option.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. How many municipalities use members at large? I know many municipalities do a subcommittee of council for their municipal planning commission. I honestly think that the members at large bring amazing value to that committee, but be interesting to know how many municipalities actually see value in members at large and how many would rather it come directly to council.
And I wouldn't have an answer for that question today. Obviously, that'd be something that if council so wished, with a motion, we'd be able to provide that information, or even just an administrative ask. But yes, that would take some time to compile.
Because of the sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
Because of the value that I see in our members at large, I wouldn't require you to put staff time into seeking it out. I just was curious if you guys, sometimes you guys have information that we don't even know you have.
I should have asked the planning manager here that has way more experience in planning than myself, but certainly there's probably a mix of both.
Since, maybe the question I would have, since council delegated responsibility for the Development Authority or creating the Development Authority, has the makeup of that commission been consistent in that it has a political or an elected official representation and a member at large has that been fairly consistent throughout its history?
And I didn't anticipate these questions from council, so I apologize. I don't have the history other than the bylaw was adopted in 2014. So that would have been how we would be operating 2014 forward. I assume, and I have a former planning director in the office with me here, so we'll ask CAO Emmons to follow through. I assume it would be the same.
I'm looking across the room at somebody who's got just a hint of gray hair. So I'm going to ask him, he may know a little bit of the history around that commission, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. And yes, it has been under the same structure since we took over planning as mandated by the province in 1994. Okay. We've always had members at large encompassed with the knowledge around this table, brought that consistency and that external perspective into the decisions. So it's always been under the structure we deal with today.
Thank you for that. Additional questions, concerns? Was there a willingness to, or a need to look at some of the legal aspects of the recommendations that were there in a closed session? If anybody wanted to do that, I think we could find that time and opportunity. If not, you know, I guess administration is looking for direction from council of where we want to go with this. So ultimately, we need to indicate that direction. There's a number of possibilities there, any of which could be endorsed or defeated. Just looking for the consensus of council as to which one of those we want to put forward as a resolution and then a decision. Deputy Reed Milhouse, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
You don't just assume my light's on?
I should just assume. My soapbox is too high, I can't look down that far.
After reviewing all of the legal, and considering we can't overturn decisions, everybody's human, nobody's gonna get it right 100% of the time. However, I think we get it right almost as much as possible and pretty close to 100% of the time. I think it would be appropriate to follow the staff recommendation, and I think that's the better outcome for the taxpayer also, because reviews are extremely expensive and these decisions can't be overturned. We've put in place, at Councillor Northcott's request, which was wonderful, to post the agendas, put that level of transparency in there as well. But I would happily make the motion that council directs administration to bring back amendments to the MPC bylaw in concert with the upcoming land use bylaw amendments to include direction to MPC to provide detailed reasons for decisions along with a process for MPC annual reporting to council.
Thank you for that. Discussion on that motion. Councillor Ratcliffe?
So at this point, the MPC only provides reasons for refusals. And so this would simply add a reason for acceptance. That seems reasonable. Fair. I'd support that.
Okay. Further discussion? All right, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much for bringing this forward, and thank you, Councillor Northcott, for bringing it to our attention. Okay. Takes us along the agenda, I believe. Just looking at the, yeah, we'll dive into the next one here. So let's move into 7.1 then, I believe. And that is a ratepayer request for waiver of taxes. We have had a presentation to give us some background information, but we'll look to administration to bring this forward. And Ms. Serhan, I think, has a lead off on this item, please.
Yes, good afternoon. I always like an opportunity to talk about how things tie to the community purse. So before we get into the item, I want to just give a brief history on the reason we assess property, how it's taxed, and just point out the differences between land use and zonings and assessment classes. So the history in Alberta is that the MGA governs how properties are assessed so that, for example, if a municipality needed to collect $1,000 in taxes to provide public services and they had 10 ratepayers, they didn't want one municipality just dividing it by 10 and the other municipality choosing a different method, like property value. So, and part of the reason that they chose the property value route is to have structure that provided people that could afford to pay a higher amount of tax to provide those public services. So no matter the outcome of the separate assessed values of the properties, the assessment process is to provide fairness amongst the ratepayers. It doesn't change the amount of taxes that are overall collected or required for that municipality for that year. So what happens is the amount of revenue is required, and then the assessment process happens to again provide fairness and equitability between the ratepayers. All different assessment classes, this is not land use zoning, but assessment classes are the ones that are residential, non-residential, agriculture, and machinery and equipment. Those are the only 4 assessment classes that are allowed to have different tax rates, and they're all assessed slightly differently with a different process. So residential properties, or the residential use of a property, and again, maybe this is repeating a lot, but a property can have many different assessment classes on it. So if it's a property with a welding shop and a residence, they would have a portion that's taxed at the residential rate, and then they would have a portion taxed at a non-residential rate. The assessment value that's assessed by Clearwater County are the ones that are not included in that designated industrial property class. They are the ones that are commercial and industry related, but however, they aren't those designated industrial properties that are picked up by the province. So those properties are assessed through a formula that I'm not exactly sure what the exact formula is, but it has to do with components in the machinery and equipment and in the designated industrial areas that they've agreed to with the province. Residential properties are assessed on market value. So the market value of a property is the process of choosing or coming up with that market value is the structures, and there's very many different variables that are looked at to assess the overall market value, but that is what is used to apply the residential tax rate for a property. So with that, I'll just move into the details of the request that's before council. So there's 2 separate requests, but the overarching request is to waive taxes and penalties on the 2 different roll numbers. So the first roll number, the property owner is requesting taxes be waived on the value of a structure that was added to a property in tax year 2013 and subsequently removed by the assessment department in 2017. The Municipal Government Act, Part 10, Section 347 states if a council considers it equitable to do so, may generally or with respect to a particular taxable property or business do one or more of the following with or without conditions. And A is cancel or reduce tax arrears, or B is cancel or refund all or part of a tax. Equitable in the first part of this section relates to the overall equitability between ratepayers and properties. Taxes are levied on the overall market value of the property in the residential assessment class, regardless of the value of the assessment of one of the structures. With or without the small structure being included in the total assessment, the property is within the range allowed for market value for that particular property. Legislation also only allows for assessment changes to be applied to the current year's tax notice or the previous year's assessment due to the calculation of the equalized assessment that the province bases many of the municipal allocations on staying static. This is the case for both an adjustment of additional assessment or missed assessment. The legislation reads as follows. The Municipal Government Act, Part 305, Number 1 states, if it is discovered that there is an error, omission, or misdescription in any of the information shown on the assessment roll, The assessor may correct the assessment roll for the current year only. And on correcting the roll, an amended assessment notice must be prepared and sent to the assessed person. So that's the first request. The second one, on the second roll, is the acreage that had been subdivided out of the original quarter. The property was appropriately zoned CRA, and that's the land use zoning when the subdivision request was granted. Land use zoning does not equate to the assessment class, and farming for profit is not allowable use for a CRA property. And the reason that farming is a different assessment class is because the province actually assesses those properties, and then the council decides the tax rate for those properties, but the assessment of those is the province's responsibility and are only for parcels of land that income is generated on for farming. Farming for profit is the criteria for an ag zoned property to have the assessment class of farming, and thereby allowing the provincial farm assessment to be applied. Properties zoned ag without having the farm for profit criteria met are to be assessed at market value and taxed at the residential rate. The assessment class changed to market value, and the residential tax rate didn't take place for several years after the land use zoning changed. As outlined above, this legislation does not allow for previous year's correction to reflect the property being assessed in the ag assessment class instead of the residential assessment class. The reasons for subdividing the property are irrelevant in the assessment or subsequent taxation of the property. Historically, waiver requests have not been successful, mainly due to the precedent it may set and the equity that must be maintained when considering the ratepayer base as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Questions relating to this item? I know we had a presentation and there were many things brought forward. That may spur an odd question from council. I'll go with Councillor Northcott first and then the Deputy Reid.
Alrighty, no, just a question, I suppose, or a comment. For the acreage it was subdivided out, the applicant had mentioned that he may incorporate that acreage back into the quarter section of land. I was just wondering, I know it's a fairly common theme, doesn't really matter who you talk to, but most people really enjoy the distinct rural landscape that has open spaces. I was just wondering if there was any incentives or if this individual was to put that acreage back into the full and create a, do a boundary adjustment, create a full quarter section of land. Are there any incentives for residents that way that contribute to a distinct rural landscape, allowing for more open spaces?
Mr. Emmons?
If I may, Councillor Northcott, the incentive would be to the landowner. The tax rate on a ag quarter is substantially different from a residential parcel. So truly, if they subdivide, whatever their personal reasons were at the time, because in 2002, it truly was the landowner's request, because we didn't coincide the two, although always should have, but back in the day we did not. So it truly benefits on a tax side of things. But from a municipal perspective, that would be the only incentive.
No, absolutely, thank you, Mr. Emmons, for that. I guess just to incentivize to maintain a distinct rural landscape for open spaces. But for taxes, absolutely, that would be a benefit, but thank you.
I might say that this gentleman that presented to us was very forthcoming on why that subdivision existed in the first place, and it was to place a buffer between him and further development. So ultimately, we don't know why people want to divide. That's the first time I've heard that reason, and I thought that's a unique approach to something I never thought of before. So, Deputy Reid Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. This very concept has been something I've struggled with the whole time I've sat here because of the questions that I ask you. I know you know that I've struggled with this the whole time I've sat here, because it's very tough even in my brain to look at zoning versus assessment. And that's why I've struggled with it, because we have so much ag zoned property that is not used for ag at all. Like, that there is no monetary benefit, like, there is no ag production being sold off those properties, et cetera. And because we are an assessment department of 2, a lot of those properties still get the ag benefit, even though they're being utilized recreationally. So this has been something I have absolutely struggled with. I do understand it now, by the way. I do absolutely get it now. It's still something that it bothers me when rec properties get the ag benefit. As a producer myself, I know that that benefit is there because I am producing food for other families. So it is something that I struggle with as well. So thank you for rectifying it yet again.
And I think that brings forward something I'd like to comment too on. The concept of agricultural production is drastically different throughout our region, throughout producer to producer. You know, somebody that raises 100 calves on a quarter section per year as opposed to somebody that watches a horse run around and enjoy, I mean, that's still agricultural production. Somebody that cuts a bit of firewood. I mean, that's still all encapsulated in this broad spectrum view of what agriculture is, and there is an overall benefit that doesn't dive into how much you actually produce off of there, just are you producing those things that would be considered an agricultural process. It's very interesting when you look at the different levels of definition here. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. Some of the questions I have, I think, could put Mr. Diedrich's privacy at risk. Do we need to go into a closed session?
So if I would ask, is there something there that would be related to land, legal, staff? And we'd have, if we were going into a closed session, it would have to, you'd have to define what that might be, and maybe I'd look to administration for a bit of guidance on this.
Without knowing the questions, Councillor Ratcliffe, it's difficult, but I would suggest that Mr. Diedrich demanded it be public.
Okay.
That's why it's there.
That's fair. That's also why I reminded him that this was public information, unless it related specifically to FOIP. We surge forward in this circle.
Okay, there's a request for around penalties. That was my question.
Mr. Emmons, and I would really love to know if there's another example of a municipality anywhere that's self-assessed penalties against themselves. Is that even a process that I've never even, most things are through legislation, and it's akin to slapping your own wrist, and I don't understand that concept. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going off on the wrong tangent. Go ahead, please.
So Clearwater County's history, we've never waived penalties. You have an appeal period. That's a process that's there for that purpose. The notices are sent out well in advance to provide that fair and open opportunity. If I disagree with my taxes, I have that months to look at my notice and apply for an appeal and plead my case. These penalties are long in the tooth. I won't get into time frame, but Clearwater County has never waived penalties because the process is there for you to have your position stated.
Yes, okay, we just, there was no previous discussion, pardon me, there was no previous discussion about the penalties, and that was the background I was looking for.
I'm going to go to Councillor Northcott, please.
Alrighty, no, I was just willing to make a motion to table or postpone item 7.1 till our next regular council meeting.
Okay, would you have a rationale for the table?
Just to allow I would just like to have a little bit of additional time to ponder and or just review this agenda item. At the will of council.
Okay, so there is a motion to table before us. Discussion on that motion. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Did the landowner apply for an appeal? Did he actually utilize the appeal process? That is, he seemed to understand the MGA. You would have thought that he would have applied for appeal, being the legal way that he would get to his resolve.
Ms. Serhan, please.
He did not.
Thank you.
And, sorry, Councillor Graham?
I was just gonna speak to the motion. For me, I feel that I've had adequate time to review it, and we had an in-person presentation as well, so just for those reasons, I would support it.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
I would, there's a bit more information I would like for this as well. So I would support that motion.
Additional comments, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
I like to, again, say when I'm not gonna be supporting a motion, I feel like I have enough information to be able to make a decision, so I would not be supporting postponing decision.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson?
I can appreciate Mr. Dietrich's presentation, that he wanted to maybe fill in the blanks. We've had opportunity as council to ask him questions back and for administration to answer, so I do have enough information to make a decision today.
And Mr. Ammon, sorry, I missed your light.
No, just a point of clarity for council's consideration. The taxes can't be appealed, the assessment can. So the penalties stand.
And I think as you described in the presentation as well, there's no opportunity to go back to the beginning of this, when this formed as a CRA, or when the assessment was changed or altered or redefined. Ms. Haight?
Yes, just for clarification, is Councillor Ratcliffe looking for the amount of the penalties? Is that the information that you're needing?
No, I was looking for the cause.
I'm sorry, you're looking for?
I was looking for the cause.
Oh.
Cause of it? So maybe Mr. Hagan, I don't know if in your answer that you could outline why we, and how we charge penalties for unpaid taxes and those kinds of things.
Absolutely, and with your discretion, Reeve, perhaps I can also provide some more clarification for your previous question, and then I'll gladly address that. In terms of not being able to go back, the Municipal Government Act only allows an assessor to go back to 1 year, and that was part of the legislation that Ms. Serhan quoted there. So we typically do go back, make an adjustment if it's in the ratepayer's favor, if an error or misassessment has been identified through inspection or other means. We give the ratepayer the benefit of the doubt, adjust it back to that previous year so that the current year's taxes are properly calculated based on that revised assessment. And that's what happened in 2017. The primary reason, as Mr. Emmons touched on, in terms of why the assessment class wasn't changed immediately in 2002 when the subdivision went in and the zoning was changed to CRA, is simply a matter that we don't have the resources to follow up on every one of those changes as they happen. And in this case, it worked in the property owner's favor to have that lower tax rate applied for that amount of time. This was discovered upon further inspection and a site visit, and it was identified, and the property owner was given that benefit of the doubt going back the 1 year, and we don't have the authority to go back any further than that. As Ms. Serhan touched on in the agenda item, the province relies on our assessment figures, and that's the main reason we can't go back further. We can't be changing those once they're accepted by the province. So again, we don't have the resources to be inspecting every property in the county. I'm sure you appreciate that given the geographic dispersity of the county itself. But our objective is to review 20% every year through inspection. So through the spring, summer, fall months, that's primarily what the assessment team is doing, is out there on the road with a selected area, and that's what they're going through is updating the assessment figures based on physical inspections. To address your question about why the penalties were applied in this case, as with any ratepayer, if the balance is not paid in full by the date identified in each respective tax rate bylaw each year, then penalties are applied. And the current tax rate bylaw, as you're aware, applies penalties on 3 different dates. And if those balances remain outstanding into the next year, they'd be subject to penalties again based on the tax rate bylaw that is in effect for that year. So essentially, if balances remain outstanding, penalties are applied. So the outstanding balance here is a combination of unpaid taxes and unpaid penalties on those taxes. I hope that provides clarification.
And thank you for that. It's comforting to know there is equity within the system, and that Clearwater County extends that latitude to go backwards where they can. And certainly we wouldn't be going backwards through legislation doesn't allow for us to go backwards to when that parcel was created as a CRA and should have been given an assessment equal to whatever that CRA designation would be, and that being several years or 10 years or whatever it was that it didn't be taxed at that rate. So I think that's a good safeguard to protect the equity in the community for sure. So we do have a motion before us to table. If there's no further discussion on it, I will call that question. All those in favor then? And those opposed? That would be defeated. So it still leaves us with the recommendation to consider a request to waive taxes and penalties on those roll numbers. Councillor Swanson?
I will make the motion, as we do have to put it to the positive sense. I will make the motion, and then we can vote accordingly. The council consider waiving the taxes and penalties on tax roll 3806, blah, 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 as recorded, and the other tax roll, both tax rolls, please. 3001, 3002.
Okay, so is there clarity what the motion is before us then? Again, as Councillor Swanson described it, as a positive motion relating to waiving these taxes. So voting in opposition to that would essentially refuse the waiving those taxes. So Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. While I can be sympathetic with the situation, it's important to me that this particular individual did not utilize the appeal process that was before him. It wasn't like an appeal was lost or anything like that. That process just simply wasn't followed. And it actually looks like he got the benefit of ag since 2002 to the 2018, and then therefore back to 2017 because our department allowed them that leniency. Whereas had that been caught right away, it actually would have been taxed at the CRA, the residential tax rate, because there isn't a CRA tax rate. There's a residential tax rate, see, catching on, from 2002. So, which all would have been explained when the subdivision was created. So I will not be voting in favor of the motion on the floor today.
Thank you. I'll just mention that I believe that he was very forthcoming in mentioning why that subdivision was created, and it served a purpose for him up to that point. And ultimately, we know that there can be a benefit to having a subdivision, both monetarily or, in this case, something that creates a buffer. He did use that benefit and has an opportunity to, if it's more important to him at this point in time, to return that to an agricultural use and then take in that agricultural tax benefit. So that would leave him a number of options out there, so I won't be endorsing this motion. So, Councilor Graham?
I think you've both, Reeve and Deputy Reeve, you've both expressed very well why you won't be supporting this motion. I would agree, I will not be supporting it either for those reasons. I'm sure that there will be a land use bylaw amendment that he'll bring forward to right away to put it back into ag. I hope for his sake that he does do that. And yeah, just, I would agree, echo your guys' statements, and I won't be supporting it either.
Okay, we're clear on the motion before us. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that is carried. Thank you very much on that item. Let's take a 10-minute break here, and then we'll continue on. So we'll be back at 2:50, please. Thank you and welcome back after our recess. We continue through our agenda and we're going to jump through the order book here a little bit because we do have a delegation that has been waiting patiently since 2:15 or even earlier. So we will jump right into that. That is a discussion in closed session, so I would need a motion to move into closed session. Councillor Ratcliffe, any discussion on that? All in favor then? And that's carried. Welcome back, everyone. We continue on through our agenda of the day. I think this takes us back to one of our favorite parts of the day, and that's our reports. I'll start with the CAO report. And Mr. Emmons, would you be able to share what's contained within that with
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed.
the persistent here?
So the September 26th CAO report, October 6th is the deadline for interested county residents to submit applications for the following board committee positions. I guess for transparency, would council like me to go through the boards and committees, or the list is there?
Can I just pause you for a second, because I mistakenly forgot that there may be a motion coming out of closed session relating to an item in closed session, of course. Would anybody be willing to make that motion? I see Jenny's light is on, or Deputy Reeve Milhoff's light is on.
Thank you, Reeve. Motion to direct administration to bring back remuneration policy for review.
Thank you for that. Discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you for that reminder. It's very late in the day, and please bear with me as I try to guide us through this marathon. All right, sorry, Mr. Emmons, I interrupted you midstream there. Not your fault, all mine. Please continue on with the most exciting part of the day.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Would council like me to go through the boards and committees, or the fact they're listed and displayed in the agenda? Okay with council? Okay.
We're seeing nods. I think that's good, please.
Thank you. Positions are advertised in several local papers, social media, and on the county's website since September 15th. The advertisements note, as per council's public member remuneration policy available on www.clearwatercounty.ca/p/policies, public members receive remuneration or annual honorarium and remuneration reimbursement of travel expenses. Second item, the Rural Municipalities of Alberta, the RMA, Central 2 District Resolutions Committee approved in principle council's 2 resolutions. First, implementation of Provincial Police Advisory Board, and the second, Sustainable Community Hospice Funding Model. Upon endorsement of the membership at the upcoming District 2 General Meeting on October 6th, the resolutions will be submitted for voting at the RMA resolution session during the fall convention. The RMA 2023 Fall Convention takes place November 7th to 9th, with the following 4 seats on the Board of Directors being up for election. All positions will serve a 2-year term, which is 2023 to 25. The Vice President, District 2, District 3, and District 5 Director. RMA full members interested in joining the Board of Directors are requested to review the Fall 2023 Board of Directors Election Information Package for detailed information on board roles and responsibilities, the commitment required, and related RMA governance policies. All complete nomination papers must be submitted electronically by 4:30 on Monday, October 23rd, 2023, and that is the CAO report.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Emmons? Well, thank you. I'd look for a motion to accept the, you have a question? Oh, question. Okay, thank you. Motion to accept his report. All those in favor? And that is carried. Capital project status update, and I know there's a lot of information there. I hope you've had a chance to peruse that. Was there any specific questions from council relating to any of those projects?
If I may, Reeve Lougheed, I think the highlights are Lesaville East is paved, Condor is paved, and River Road. So I think that they look really good.
I can certainly share that the roads I drive on a regular basis around Condor are a much happier place. People are very pleased with the results they see there. I think it will ultimately be a great improvement to the community, as well as those things that you can't see under the ground where the sewer system will work as designed. That's terrific news. With that, then I'd ask for a motion, Councillor Cermak, please.
Yeah, is the Condor project completely finished? Is everybody out of there and everything back to the way it should be?
Well in progress.
Well in progress.
But not 100% complete, Councillor Cermak. They still are working, but the asphalt's down.
So they still got quite a bit of work to do, or?
I wouldn't say quite a bit. Respectfully, the deep services that affect the roadways are done, otherwise they couldn't lay pavement. So it's a matter of incidentals now with laying the asphalt. Otherwise they would have left it a gravel surface for ease of crossing, and they're down to the final touches.
So the cement sidewalks and all that are completed?
Not the sidewalks. You can do the paving without completing the sidewalks. There are new sidewalks in place, but not all.
Okay, thank you.
Is that?
It's pretty close to completion from my layman's observations. I think just looking at doing some of those final touches around landscaping, that's shaping the topsoil so that it matches those beautiful new curbs and paved roads and approaches into each resident. I think the dissenters have been quiet, and the people that have been supportive are being even more supportive. So it's great news around there. I think people are seeing the functionality, the improved functionality around the school for parking, around the community center for sure. And yeah, it's looking up. Councillor Graham?
The Leslieville Rec Grounds also look great. They got the thumbs up of approval from my niece and nephew. They couldn't play on it because it was still fenced, but that's a good sign, and I will make a motion to accept the capital project status update.
Thank you for that. All in favor? And that is carried. Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services report. Anything to note in there? Looks like they've been busy again, for sure. So. I'll look for a motion to accept that for information. Councillor Ratcliffe, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Financial report as of August 31st. Anything to highlight there? Not seeing anything. I guess we'll look to a motion to accept. Councillor Swanson, thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. Rocky Mountain House Airport briefing. Anything around that we need to bear in on? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I just only want to comment that I appreciate that we continue to receive this information.
Okay.
And I would move that we accept that report as information.
Thank you. Any questions? All in favor then? And that is carried, I believe. Councillor Cermak, I didn't notice. Oh, sorry. Got to make sure we see all the wings. Let's see. Rocky Gas Co-op Nordegg project update. Anything around that? We need any? Okay, thank you for that.
What is happening out there?
There's a big list.
There's I believe there's a list, and if you're following in your program, that's on page 159. And yeah. Deputy Reed Melhoff?
Did you have any questions specifically, Councillor Cermak, on the project?
When did you get the gas up and out in Norway?
So it's a complicated question, because as you'll see in the second to last point there, we're hitting some roadblocks with environmentally sensitive areas, since we're not allowed in the utility right of way along Highway 11. So we've had to, we as in Rocky Gas, I apologize,
Okay.
Rocky
I
Gas,
just want to make
not
sure.
we as Clearwater County, Rocky Gas has hit some roadblocks. So we have now engineered drawings. We're going to be doing geotechnical, they are going to be doing geotechnical holes to determine if the bore points that the engineers have selected will be suitable. I believe that the general manager and our CAO will hopefully be working collaboratively to try to come up with an execution plan towards some granting options, et cetera, going forward. So there's some definite roadblocks that have come up with Alberta Transportation, et cetera. The Rocky Gas Co-op is hoping to set up meetings with the appropriate ministries to hopefully work through some of the roadblocks that have been put forth by Alberta Transportation.
Councillor Ratcliffe? Oh, sorry.
There we go. Do we need to supply any support or enthusiasm or anything into this process?
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I believe that as Cinda, the general manager of gas, and RCO work together, perhaps they can come up with a plan of where we can fit in governance-wise between Clearwater County Council and the Rocky Gas Co-op Board, and hopefully we can collectively come up with a strategy with the Alberta government, but have the manager there and RCAO work together to figure out what can be done.
Yeah, I trust that the collaboration is happening already. I move that we accept the, you did?
I think we already had that there, and thank you for that glimpse through the window of the gas co-op. All those in favor then? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Councillor remuneration. I know there's a number of pieces there. Any questions? So moved. All right. All those in favor? And that is carried. 2023 RMA report, challenges faced by rural FCSS, and that's a fairly lengthy, if I remember, fairly lengthy item there, and FCSS, of course, is very important to our community. So I know you've had a chance to look through that. Anything that anybody wants to highlight around that? I think we always want to be supportive of our local FCSS group and the terrific work they do in adding functionality and supporting families within our area. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Yes, and the executive summary on page 166 pretty much covers the whole report. It was a project of RMA through the U of A.
Okay. Thank you for that.
And I move that the FCSS report be accepted as information.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I think the whole thing just really highlighted how much municipal downloading is happening from something that is a provincially required, it's in the whole provincial realm, but municipalities are having to take up the slack on ensuring that these very crucial services are still delivered to communities.
Really, it highlights insufficient provincial funding. It also highlights there was a top up in that, but it's very little, very late. And I think ultimately these groups do a terrific job of providing the services within the community because they can assess the needs within the community as well. So there's certainly value there, and I think it works for us through our RMA to continue advocating for increased support for FCSS. Did I call the question? I'll call the question then. All in favor of accepting this report? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Councillor reports. I know we've been very busy over the last number of weeks. We'll start with Councillor Graham, please.
We've been very busy. I'm probably not going to get into a lot of detail though because of the time of night. We had a Rocky. I had a Rocky Rec board.
Still.
Pardon me.
It's evening still.
Okay. We're getting close to like my bedtime, so.
We could be just like we could call this an evening meeting. Except we started in the morning. Okay, sorry. Shut up, Daryl.
The Rocky Rec Board had a meeting. Something that was brought up and has been brought up before is the lack of ice surface because of obviously the times kids are in school at the same time, and it was mentioned that the county should have an ice surface. So that was something that was brought forward. We had an Ag Service Board meeting. We were having discussions about potentially having more rental equipment for producers, and we're gonna get some more detail on that before we make a decision. And something that was also mentioned is that the Evergreen Co-op was going out and feeding farmers. So we think that's great and fully think it's wonderful they were doing that. And I was also talking to a producer yesterday who said UFA is doing the same thing. So shout out to our you know, those people, Co-op and UFA, they're doing great. I attended the Leslieville Block Party. I'm not really sure how, but it was bigger and better than last year, because last year was great. There's talks of it being even bigger next year, so I'm really looking forward to some things coming to that community that would be great for that. And it was just a wonderful day, and shout out to the people who volunteered to put that together, because it's such a great community event. We all did strategic planning. I attended a library budget meeting. We were all at all the wastewater cuttings / ribbon cuttings / groundbreakings and the spray park washroom groundbreaking. I had an SDAB hearing yesterday, and then there was a land use bylaw virtual open house that most of us attended yesterday, so I don't think it's necessary to go into details of those things, and that concludes my councillor report.
Thank you so much. Questions for Councillor Graham? I'll go to Councillor Northcott. Oh, sorry.
Carry on.
Neil, go ahead,
Carry on.
please.
No, I was just going to say that the Farrier community would be happy to contribute ice surface into the pool.
Councillor Graham.
They want, like, they may know an entire building of, but yes, they could definitely use some of those small community ice surfaces. I think that would be awesome.
Councillor Northcott.
Councillor Graham covered many of the things that I was at as well, so this is the only thing that I attended that was differently is I had a small meeting in Caroline with the Mayor Caroline, the Deputy Mayor, our MLA, along with the Chamber of Commerce in Caroline, and fellow Councillor Cermak there, and there was a discussion there about seniors housing and amalgamation discussions with, you know, just no decisions or anything were made, it was just a discussion at the table, so, but other than that, it was the same as Councillor Graham.
Okay. Questions for Councillor Northcott?
So many, but I think that it's actually not appropriate for me to ask them at this time.
Well, I will say on behalf of the position I hold on council, the MLA did contact me about that meeting and share much of the content there, so it was nice to be brought in, at least in that level, and Clearwater County is definitely in the loop, so thank you for both representing the county there. Hope for a more fuller representation at some point in time, so thank you for that. Councillor Jenny, go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. I'll try to do the skirt version of this. North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, we met to go through all the summer programming and everything that went with that. There's a report on the North Saskatchewan Watershed website if you wanted to dig deeper into that. The big thing being that it was better this year than the year before, and the year before that, like, just constantly trying to do as much outreach as possible and continually being the voice for the watershed. The health engagement team has met. There'll be 2 new physicians joining our engagement team. The physicians are re-engaging onto that team, which is great to hear, because the physicians themselves had stepped away from that team. So they are re-engaging back into that team, which will be extremely helpful to get us some more understanding. There is a new medical director starting at the hospital, so it'll be interesting as we work through some of those things. There's now a 60% nursing vacancy at the hospital, so that's actually continually getting worse. At this point, we haven't had to close more beds yet, yet being the operative term. Multiple ER closures, as I'm sure you all have seen on the media, in the paper and online. That's actually due to physician scheduling conflicts, not nursing shortages. We have meetings to try to rectify some of the physicians' scheduling concerns. The new OR and MDR is still completed, or is still set to be complete by 2024. The sewer relining at the hospital is it went extremely well, albeit the massive growing pains in the process. Emerge numbers over the summer were up 300 patients per month as per comparatively to last year, and much of that can be actually attributed to the lack of a good primary care clinic operation within the town, showing the need for better primary care access. And it's going to continually increase those numbers if we cannot get better primary care access. Still working on getting surgeons' privileges. Councillor Schippolt and myself are working through that as much as we can. He had a meeting with Nixon I was unable to attend regarding some of that privileging. It sounded positive, and they're trying to get our team a meeting with the health minister in order to help work through that. Hopefully that can be in conjunction with your request at, I don't know if it was last meeting or the meeting before that, to get our council a meeting with the health minister. And we're gonna start doing some lunch and learns. So sorry that was really long-winded, but the health is, we have some big problems and we need to work through that. Councillor Graham already just talked on the ag side. The other thing to bring up there is that November 23rd is Cattleman's Day. It's always extremely well attended. So as soon as tickets become available, which I'm not sure if they're out yet, but as soon as they do, make sure you mark your calendars and make sure to try to get tickets because it's always very, very well attended. I went to the pasture walk with Grey Wooded Forage, and if you ever have a chance to do, the third Tuesday of every month, they try to do like a forage training day. And this one in particular was about mob grazing, and it's fascinating some of the stuff that a lot of places are trying to do. A lot of farmers are trying to do in order to get as much out of their land as possible, as any true farmer should make sure they do their best to do. I was lucky enough to represent council at the CRFRS advancement ceremony, and everybody understanding my background knows how important that me representing the team there was, where our newest members received their black hats, allowing them to do interior firefighting, and it's always super humbling and being on this side of the fence, and I just was very pleased to be able to represent council there, and thank you so much to the dedication of not only the newest members, but all of the members at Fire, and for the sacrifice their families make for those people to continually respond. I have a bunch of other stuff, but most of us we were all there. The only other one that I went to independently was the Alberta Friendship Center's AGM, and I represented council at that. And it was amazing to just be in a room full of leaders from the friendship centers from across the province, and there was even national representation there, and being able to showcase our community and what the local friendship center here does it was just a really cool experience. So sorry for being long-winded. If anybody wants, I can send the report out to them for all the stuff I missed.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions for the Deputy Reeve? And thank you for representing the county at so many different events over the last couple of weeks. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. September 13th, I went to the FCSS meeting at the town office. There are no funds to disperse, so the meeting was shorter than usual. There is a top-up, which we get a paltry like 20,000, and before that can be used, the municipalities that contribute have to contribute their part. So this will be squeezed into the last part of the year. There was talk about the misconception around a safe use site. And the reality is, if we didn't have this to protect some people, it just happens underground. So banning a safe use site does not encourage drug use. And so that's the word they want to get out in the community. Minister Nixon is going to be invited to one of the next meetings to talk about properly funding FCSS. And I asked what the greatest unfilled need in the community is, and that's housing, by far housing. On the 15th of September, with most of the rest of council, I attended the Alberta Games Pep Rally. Kudos to councillors from this room and from the town working so hard to promote that. And then on the 20th of September, with the rest of council, I attended the ribbon cutting ceremony for the Leslieville wastewater. Most impressed that the discharge from this is crystal clear, has no odor. It's a great step ahead in wastewater processing, providing it lasts. And then after that, we did the groundbreaking for the Rocky Mountain House wastewater facility, and I took a photo op at Spray Park. That's my report.
Thank you. Questions? Deputy Reid?
Yes, thank you, Reeve. When you brought up the wastewater facility, it actually brought up the fact that I had a note in here to bring up that it would be great if we're able to work on projects for utilizing that water for either agriculture irrigation or industry use. And Magna had mentioned that there is an opportunity potentially to look at carbon credit system and how we can use that to benefit our community and some of the stakeholders within our community. So I wanted to note that that could be some things coming down the pipe, and hopefully those are things we can look at going forward. So thanks for jogging my memory.
Thank you. Exciting news around Spray Park and wastewater treatment facilities. Just got to remember which one you drink from and which one you don't. We'll go to Councillor Cermak, please.
Yeah, I attended the Leslieville ribbon cutting, and that was kind of neat. The Reeve had a great big pair of scissors there to cut some toilet paper, which was pretty exciting.
Never done that before? No,
No.
that's good.
I've never seen that done before. I was mostly impressed with the unloading area over there. It's all automated. It takes its own samples as the load's unloading, and it's all automated. And anything that isn't right, before the valve opens, they gotta put their card in so they know who's dumping, and the sample's there. If they put something in there that isn't right, they are charged for cleaning the system if they don't put something in there that is right. So the automation there is just awesome. I love the area, it looks great. I did also attend the Zoom meeting on LUB. I thought there'd be more people there, and I thought there'd be more questions asked at this first Zoom meeting, but everybody seemed to be happy with it. And Sydney, if you need ice, Caroline can always probably accommodate you.
Super. Thank you so much. Questions for Councillor Cermak?
They did mention that they included the Caroline ice surface in that talk, so they talked about the guys that figure they're gonna make the NHL still and keep track in their leagues and stuff, and yeah, that it was included in the conversation.
Good, because we had the ice in for over a month and a half.
Oh, really?
Yep.
You'd have to build another one if you need it.
We can build another one or put it in a rec center.
We could do anything.
We can do anything.
We can do anything in Caroline. Just ask Jordan and I, we can do it.
Yeah, there you go. Councillor Swanson. Thank you, Councillor Cermak.
Okay, I'm going to give you a report, but I also have two motions coming forward. So anyways, bid committee pep rally on Friday the 15th. It was a great morning, energy. We managed to round up some students coming out of West Central stakeholders, had free burgers. My highlight was actually the Reeve and the CAO with my pom-poms. So thank you so much for being energetic. It was really great. Popped into on the Saturday to the Come Alive that was being held here in Rocky, and then out to Leslieville at the block party. Agree, well attended both events. Then I drove to Lacombe to meet up with Blaine Calkins. He had a community barbecue about the National Hunting, Trapping, Heritage, Fishing Day, or Heritage Day. I also congratulate him on that, but I also wanted to speak in support of the e-petition that was going to be coming due about the Noah's Law that he and Minister Soroka were putting forward. So just to express my support in that petition. Strategic planning was there, the Leslieville water cutting. Councillor Cermak and I had to leave we couldn't attend the Rocky one, so we were at the Rocky Seniors Housing Council that afternoon. Pleased to report there's only 3 rooms empty at the lodge currently. So we expect to be on the full side here in the next little bit, which is great. There was a motion to put my name forward to be the central director for the ASHA. And there's a meeting next Wednesday, I believe. And so where my name will be put forth in the nomination round for that position. Also real quickly, the annual tenant meetings are coming forth, so which board members will be circulating with the CAO to be doing that. And we've hired a part-time assistant activity coordinator because their activity coordinator was retiring. So anyways, it was nice to see that they could get the position filled. Then on Friday, I went to the city for the ASHA board meeting. The ministry is going to undertake a lodge review at the end of November, so we will be participating in that review. In regards to housing, we have coined the phrase affordable, appropriate versus attainable housing. So what is the housing realm? What does that mean? We are also, as a board, going to be hosting an MLA breakfast, an education breakfast in the ledge for all MLAs. There'll be an independent for the opposition as well as for the cabinet of the UCP. I'm not sure what dates. They said November, so I'm on save November, I guess. So out of context, I did attend a Tourism Industry of Alberta Association conference yesterday, TIA. I seen the opportunity to go and listen to some different plenary sessions in regards to sustainable aviation fuel, which was very interesting coming down. There's only 3 places in the world that actually make renewable sources that acts exactly like jet fuel. Right now they have a blend of 35 to 40% of the volume. They can't go 100%, but are working towards that. Didn't know that Edmonton Airport is the largest landmass for an airport in Canada. And the question at the end of that particular plenary was, do we find a way to make this renewable resource within Alberta, or are we going to buy it? Because it is very expensive. Another plenary was navigating opportunities for the visitor economy. The takeaway really was on the political spectrum is that they had 2 political pundits there, Dwayne Bratt and Janet Brown, and they say the next 2 years with this government is really our time to focus on activism if we want to impact any change, because then there'll be a silly season just before that last year. So my takeaway was we have an opportunity to advocate and lobby the government over the next couple of years. Minister Jason Shao was there. He is 6'9". I did strain my neck. He is our Minister of Tourism and Sport. So an opportunity to do a plug for us for not only the bid for the 2026 Youth Games, but also I did extend an invite for him because he is the Minister of Tourism, that maybe him and Minister Lowen should come and visit our West Country and help us develop that in a responsible way, talking about the nodes and stuff. So I think that would be an opportunity for us to maybe at RMA to have those visits on one-on-one, or else at some point maybe put a letter to them both to say we would love to host and have that. He did say that he was going to be coming out at some point, he figured in the near future, with Minister Nixon. And I said, well, please extend that. We are pleased. Please let him know that we would be pleased to and honored to showcase our community and our county. So we would be like that opportunity Just quickly, there was a plenary about wildfire and pandemic preparedness. A couple of tourism operators that were caught in the fire at Evansburg, who actually was municipality of Jasper, said, yeah, we're always interested in the evacuation, but we never really anticipated everybody coming into the park that way. So some good learnings with that, which was interesting. And the last plenary was on disrupting and innovators in tourism. One was on a fellow who was an architect, but was working with disability person in impacting tourism, like doing better hotel room plans for people who want to stay, accessibility to all the different tourism through trails, etc. So that was very interesting. Karen, who was part of the Alberta Food Tour, says we're in the experience economy. That's where we are. People are wanting to come experience things, so keep that in mind. And then Brenda Holder, who's at the very south end of our county, she does Indigenous trails and with her Indigenous tourism, and she talked about for her there's a big opportunity to do survival skills. People are coming and they want to learn about survival skills, like the more survivor type tourists that come, then they want a certificate where they go back to Europe or wherever they're going back and say, yeah, I did this, I learned how to, whatever that would be on a survival skill. So there's opportunities for businesses in this area. So we need to champion early adopters, so I came away with a lot more ideas, unfortunately, and I'm looking forward to collaborating with the rest of you and talking going forward. So with that, I would like to make a motion to remunerate my time and expenses, if I could, for yesterday, and because I feel it was time very well spent, and I got a lot of takeaways, and I appreciated the time. Even though it was about 3 minutes with the minister, I'm hoping that I did make an impact to get him here. So anyways, and I have one other one, if I could. So a couple weeks ago, Reeve Lougheed and I received an email from Reeve Link from Wheatland County, and they asked if we would second their resolution, and their resolution title is called the Enhancing Home Care Services for Rural Residents. I've emailed it all to you. It's more asking for a seconder on this particular resolution. They will be presenting it. And I've read it and I feel it's a good resolution to be put forth. So that would be my second resolution, and that is that we second Wheatland's resolution for the upcoming CRMA meeting on October 6th.
So relating to the first motion, regarding remuneration for your attendance, would somebody be willing to, you made the motion, any discussion around that motion? Seeing none, we call that question all in favor, and that is carried. Thank you very much for attending and reporting back on that. And then your second motion of seconding Wheatland County's motion relating to home care in rural settings, correct?
Yes.
It's absolutely essential for the quality of life and aging in place. That's so important to our community for sure. So I think being supportive of that for me is kind of a no-brainer. But any discussion around that question, Deputy Reeve?
We talked about it at CRMA, like at districts, and that this is one that they were working on building, and I think it's extremely fitting. It fits in well even with our resolution, so I like our previous resolutions and stuff that we've made and the direction that rural Alberta needs to go. And I particularly liked in there, therefore be it resolved, the tailored for rural settings. Like, let's not use the same box that we're doing in urban for rural, because we are uniquely rural. I've seen that somewhere.
Yeah.
So I think it just makes sense.
Super. Okay. If there's no further question or no further comments, I'll call the question. All in favor, and that is carried as well. Thank you very much for your presentation. Brings it back to me. You've all reported so well. I have very little to add. I did attend the Rocky Community Learning Center meeting on the 14th, I believe, And they're approaching a year in their new building, and they've adjusted the budget now to, or able to fit the utilities around their budget, or utilities in their budget can adjust that more accurately now, and I think their financials are looking really good, and it's a busy place. It's being well utilized by the community. The pep rally, thank you so much to Michelle, and it's really a testament to working in conjunction with the town of Rocky Mountain House to really show that we are a combined community that can host an event. I think it was an excellent job, and commendations to both you and the team that are presenting that. Hope for good news sometime in the near future. Westerville Block Party I wasn't able to get to, but I had family representatives there and they thought it was great. Counselor drop-in session, I think I stayed here till 1:30 that day, so certainly got great value for my time, or the other way around, I'm not sure, but it was good to speak with members of the community and have that as a function of our council. I think it has value. Central Alberta Mayor and Reeve Group met at Innisfail at the golf course there. Great opportunity to rekindle those relationships with the other mayors and Reeves around. It was well attended and I think well worthwhile. We did have a presenter, and I'm just, if you bear with me for a second, I'm just trying to bring up my notes. There, we'll just see. So there was a delegation from the Child Advocacy Center, and they have a new building on the, used to be the Red Deer College campus, is now Red Deer Polytechnic. It is a 70,000 square foot building, multiple stories, and it is for, it's the Child Advocacy. It's going to be named the Sheldon Kennedy Center of Excellence. It has a large treatment space for real life treatment of youth dealing with multiple traumas, physical, sexual, interfamilial, psychological issues. It's also meant to be used by the community as well. There's good community spaces there, so I think it will be a great addition to our greater region, and I think it helps fill a need that has been underserviced in the past. I think there's a great center there that will move us into the future for sure. And I think I'm trying to do technology here, and you have to bear with me while I do technology because that's a little slow. I think that pretty much covers it. I know we've all covered the wastewater facilities. It was so great to see that wastewater facility at a ribbon cutting and really look towards that concept of using nature to work in parallel with our treatment facility and really, I think, create a pilot project. We know we've had interest from other municipalities in the past on what we're trying to accomplish there, and I think we'll all look forward to good results and really bringing a focus into Clearwater County, and that we are progressive in looking at solutions to the barriers that most municipalities face. So great to be part of that, and being part of our regional partners with the town of Rocky Mountain House and meeting some of the barriers they've faced with wastewater, and also the enjoyment part of water as well. Having that water park more functional in the future will be great, and it supports recreation in our area. Land use bylaw, open houses are starting. Certainly encourage people to attend in person if they can, if they haven't already got some of the information from the virtual last night. Like to see lots of people give their feedback on that. That way, together, we can find the best possible solutions that reflect the needs and wants and desires and vision of our community, and all that in a land use bylaw. With that, that's all I have to say, thank goodness. And is there any further comments? If not, I'd look for a motion to accept councillor reports for information. Councillor Northcott. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. there are a number of items of correspondence. Would there be any questions or any dives into those correspondence in general? Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious if there would be a need for a letter of support coming from council for Rocky Sar, or if coming from our Director of Planning and Emergency Services is all that they would require for that SIP grant.
So that letter is before us on the screen there. Thoughts around that, either administratively or council-based thoughts? Mr. Emmons?
Historically, this letter has sufficed for a letter of support. Totally council's wishes.
I just wanted to make sure, because I want, if they do need a letter from council as well, we can, I'm sure, make that motion and hopefully support that. SAR does so much with so little within our community, and I know Clearwater County, we fully help them with that. We give them a grant as well, so if there's an opportunity for other levels of government to give them a grant along with a letter of us asking that level of government to help them with some funding as well, I would happily make the motion to do that. But if you're saying it's not, that this suffices, then I'm good with that too.
It looks as though this letter is an attachment to probably a granting form, would it be? And probably.
Absolutely,
Mr.
and
Emmons?
if I may, Deputy Reeve Milhoff, if it was needed, I wouldn't hesitate to come before this council. I know how the Clearwater County Council has supported SARS tirelessly.
I would be
so.
more than willing to use all the ink in my pen to sign my signature to such letters of support as well. So. All right, let's see what's missing here today. We've done 10 notices of motion. Would there be any notices of motion? Councillor Graham, please.
Do we first need a motion to accept correspondence?
Oh, I'm so sorry, yes.
I do have a notice of motion, but I will make that motion first.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is to accept correspondence for information. All those in favor? And that is a whole row of hands, so that's carried. Then we move to item 10, notices of motion. Councillor Graham.
I'd like to make a notice of motion that Clearwater County writes a letter to the Minister of Transportation and lobbies for a new updated pedestrian crosswalk lights and signs, such as the ones in Condor on Highway 761 at David Thompson High School in Leslieville.
Thank you. That was captured. Okay, thank you so much. I think, unless I'm incorrect, that leaves us with one final motion. I know you may be out of practice, but we'll go to Councillor Northcott for that. Okay, thank you for that. Discussion? Seeing none, I call the motion. All in favor? Thank you so much for joining us. You've been part of a record-setting day. This is the longest council meeting on record, I believe, so.
Should we put a pin on the wall?
We'll put a pin on the wall. Thank you, and please join us back here in a couple of weeks.